Good morning, honorable members, or our support staff, and all stakeholders present. On behalf of the Portfolio Committee of Sport, Arts, Culture and Recreation, I welcome you warmly in today's roundtable session. We acknowledge and welcome Gauteng Department of Sports, Arts, Culture and Recreation officials present, representatives from the Gauteng Sports Confederation, sports clubs present here today, stakeholders across our regions and all interested groups who have taken this time to join us. I will also take this opportunity to introduce honorable members of the committee who are present, who will also be actively participating here. My name is Honorable Disebo Klebere. I'm the chairperson of the committee. On my left side is Honorable Setika, who is the member of the committee. Honorable, on my right side is Honorable Ndlovu, who's also a member of the committee. So with that, the meeting is officially open. And in terms of Rule 56, subsection 1, subsection 2 of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature, I declare the Brixton Multi-Purpose Center in Mayfair West as the precinct of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature for the duration of this session. If you look at your program, we are on the apologies, and I will check with Pilile if we have apology. I know we have apology of the MEC, Honorable MEC, who's away in Canada, and the HOD will not be here because he had a prior commitment, but the Chief Directorate from Sports is here on behalf of the department. I have apology of Honorable Member Miso and Member Diacher, and Honorable Letsualo will arrive late. So those are the only apologies, honorable members. And then if we move to item number 4, honorable members and the stakeholders present, the department has reported that it has supported community clubs with attire, equipment and training under club development program. However, what remains unclear and what brings us together today is whether this support has translated into measurable impact. Has this support strengthened clubs and ensured their sustainability? Are young people in these clubs being developed and progressing into a higher level of sports? Are the facilities and structures in place to make this program meaningful and lasting? Because our mandate is to oversee the work of the department, is to scrutinize the commitment that the department will have made. So this is not just about auditing resources. It is about understanding whether the programs is building real opportunities for our communities, particularly young people, women, and disadvantaged groups, because that is where mostly we are lacking. But in general, if the resources that have been provided to you are producing tangible talents, because it is not enough for the department to then say this is the commitment that we will have made to the development clubs, but we want to know if they are indeed making a meaningful impact to all of you. So that is why we are here today, and that is the main purpose of the committee, that we have committed to have these roundtable discussions with all of you as the beneficiaries, as the one who are the impact, the pinch, and who must then tell us as the portfolio committee whether that is enough and what can be done. We must also bear in mind that the department is one of the departments that is least funded. In one meeting, the MEC said when there is a shortage and there must be cut, the cut starts at the Department of Sports, and that is where real talent must start from, because sports is not just about entertainment. Sport is about social cohesion, but that is where our young people must first make meaningful contribution from. So we understand that, hence we came to you to say what is it that, what must be done. So that is the real question, what is to be done. So thank you very much. So we will first receive a presentations from the department on the club development program, followed by a presentation from the Gauteng Sports Confederation. After this presentation, I will then open the floor for the presentation, for the discussions and inputs from clubs and the stakeholders. And after this presentation, we will then have those discussions, and I hope we'll have a fruitful discussion and a frank, constructive solutions moving forward, coming out of this meeting. So I will now give the department to give their presentation.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, and to the honorable members of the committee. I also greet everyone that is within the hall or the space that we are in, our colleagues at the Gauteng Sports Confederation, and the many clubs that are represented here, and all stakeholders that we have. Thank you so much, Honorable Chair. I think your opening remarks were encouraging to us, in that it is noted that once everyone is done with allocating budgets, they only think of us afterwards. However, this department can do a lot to assist in terms of the social ills that we have within society. We can decrease the health bill. Social development will have less clients if those funds were to be sent our way. However, we also note that collaboration is key in terms of how we work. We are also encouraged to be here so that we can hear, some of the key inputs that you would have, and ideas and insight that the stakeholders will also have. Mine is to just give a background. We do have Madam Marisa Rose, who is the program manager, who's going to come through and just go into detail around the work that we do in the club development space. In terms of what we're going to be presenting, I hope it's showing now. Thank you. That's just the outline of what we have in terms of our presentation. We are going to indicate what the club development program is about. I'm just going to go through our chief directorate. And from there, Madam Rose will then give you the detail around the budget, programs, partnerships, as well as some of the workshops that we've provided to empower our clubs on the ground, and what the impact we are seeing of this program is. In terms of, the gentleman came here, did things, okay, there we go. We have our Chief Directorate, Sports and Recreation within the department. We exist to promote recreation, sports development and coordination, school sport. I'm sure most of you have heard about our Wednesday League program, which is currently going on in the various corridors. High performance, as well as to maintain the home of champions adage. I am wearing green and gold today because as we meet, our Bokke ladies are busy taking on New Zealand. I hope the score has improved. It was 10 to them and 7 to us. I see colleagues are looking. I wanted to see whether we've improved. But yeah, that squad also has a majority of our ladies. So it's also showing, Chairperson, some of the work that we do does translate into work. But there's a lot of work to be done within the women's sport category, because we call it professional, but none of those ladies are actually being paid what a professional salary should be for someone who's participating at that level. We do utilize sport and recreation for nation building, social cohesion, economic growth, and the creation of job opportunities, as well as promoting sustainable livelihoods for sportsmen and sportswomen. As you would know, as you are all in the out there, sport is not only working for the athlete, but what is around the athlete. When we say economic stimulation, when we are implementing these programs, we are also creating jobs. We are also empowering SMMEs and the spaces that we are hosting these events around. So sport is very important, colleagues. That's why when I speak, I always want to encourage collaboration, because it is us that are going to ensure that we flourish through this discipline of ours. We are also responsible for ensuring effective and efficient coordination and preparation of hosting major sporting events in Gauteng. I'm sure you know, whenever someone thinks of bringing anything in South Africa, they think of Gauteng because of the facilities that we have. But we have a lot of competition from our colleagues in KZN, from our colleagues in the Western Cape. So we have a lot of work to do to ensure that we maintain those events being hosted within this province. We do develop sport. We do monitor the identification of talent and ensure the talent is nurtured for provincial, national, and international competition. And that work in the main is in this room. And then we do assist the establishment of and revival, strengthening and transformation of structures in clubs, sports councils, and confederations, or the federations. The major purpose of this club that we have, which is the Club Development Program, is to facilitate access to sport and recreation for South Africans, and to ensure that those with talent and the will to exploit that talent are channeled into mainstreaming to the competitive level. Assist the establishment, revival, and the strengthening of existing club. I'm sure this day will unravel some of how we wish to do so. Create sustainable and functional clubs that participate in structured leagues, align clubs with programs to different federations, and channeling of identified talent into mainstream of sport. One thing that we are great at as sport is being structured, and those structures are there for a reason. If we are not structured, we are chaotic. And it is very important, colleagues, that we we coordinate ourselves and work with the structures that are there, because that's how you will attract sponsors, that's how you will attract funding, that's how you will also be able to comply for the funding that you receive. Madam Rose, when she comes, she will elaborate on some of the programs that we have in that. And then we also have talent spotting and refining through the academy program. A detail will be provided at a later stage. That's us in a nutshell. I'm currently the acting chief director within this chief directorate. We do have an office in the grant management that is the pillar of the chief directorate. Then we have 4 sub-directorates, which is your recreation, which is spearheaded by Mr. Mukwena, school sport, which is spearheaded by Patrick Mota, and the sports development and coordination, which is why we are all here, is spearheaded by Madam Marisa Rose. And then the competitive sport, when I'm not acting, that's where I am planted. That is also within that, the directorate that Madam Rose will be leading. And I leave you here, colleagues, as I hand over to the expert of the field, Madam Rose, to just give you more detail around what we do in the club development program. Ms. Marisa Rose, you.
Okay, let's try that again. Good morning, everybody. Great to see you all. I know we're taking you away from your leagues, but thank you very much for coming. I think it's important that you're here, because without your assistance, it's only through your assistance that we can improve on, as government, in terms of our support to the clubs and federations. I just want to go back to this. So as you can see, I also just want to greet the honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, Madam Chairperson, and members of the committee, my acting chief director, the Vice President of the Gauteng Sports Confederation, and the Secretary General of the Gauteng Sport Confederation, and all other members, my staff that is here. I said they must come today to hear what the issues are, so that we can correct them together. And to all of you clubs and federations that are here, thank you very much for making the time. We think it's very important that you're here today. So you can see I head up the club development program. I do have a deputy director for club development, and I have an assistant director for club development. But as you can see, under corridor coordination, what we have done to ensure that the clubs at grassroots level get the support, we've decentralized our programs to the 5 corridors, which is North, East, South, West, and Central Corridor. Because in that way, we have staff in those corridors to ensure that they assist and monitor and support you in your leagues that you participate in. So I just want to take you back in terms of the background. So the funding that we receive for the club development program is from the conditional grant. We do not get any equitable share from our provincial treasury for development. So we're purely reliant on the National Department of Sport for this funding. And because it comes from the National Department, there are conditions, and how and where we spend the money is very limited. So prior 2025-26, prior this financial year, we would support, or federations would identify the clubs that would be supported. There were also instances where we would just support clubs from our side directly to the clubs. And some federations didn't like that, which we agree on. Because at the end of the day, the federation is responsible for the sport. We'd also liaise with sports structures, and they would come to us to include clubs on the program. By and large, we really try to focus on clubs that participate in structured leagues. But there were clubs that we supported outside those structured leagues. And as we supported both the club and the federation, we didn't receive any reports from clubs or federations in terms of what was happening. So we just support, transport, but we never got feedback in terms of this is the support we receive from government, this is where we're sitting on our league. We never got logs and things like that. We just supported. And most of the monitoring reports were done by the staff, because they would go out, they'd make sure the leagues are happening, that clubs are pitching up for leagues, and that's how we did our reporting to the national department. But from 2025-26, we changed it on a national level. And we said that the clubs that are now on the program will be supported for 4 years. So this is year 1. And they will be provided with equipment and attire, capacity building programs, and to support to leagues or tournaments. But after this 4 years, the club must be able to sustain themselves so that we can bring new clubs onto the program. We've also now instituted that all the names of the clubs we receive from the federation. So together with the Gauteng Sport Federation, we've had 2 workshops with federations outlining this new process. And we also indicated to federations that it is their responsibility to identify the clubs that we need to support. So we're no longer identifying ad hoc clubs. We want to see a structured league and the clubs that are participating in that league. And because of that, federations must submit monthly reports to us on a monthly basis, because we want to see what are you doing. When are your leagues starting? One of the things that we're working with with the Confederation is to see, do federations meet regularly? So why do we have these reports? It's to determine whether the federation is operational and functional. That's important. We've also instituted that clubs must submit reports, because we want to see if we are giving you support, are you actually participating in the league? Where are you on the log? And the reason for this is that we did an audit when we started this new process. So remember, this new process is not just a Gauteng-based process. It is a national process. And the reason for this is that we want to see and make sure that our club system is administratively sound, functional, and operational. And in the audit that we did, we found that you have a lot of one-man shows. And in the past, we also picked this up, that when there's a fight or the owner of the club fights, they leave the club no longer exists. And that's the truth. That's what we've picked up. So we've decided that we need to ensure we have a strong club system, because if you have a strong club system, you can have a strong and functional federation. Because who makes up the federation? You. You nominate people to sit on the executive of the federation. So that is why we've changed the strategy for this financial year. So during this 4-year period, we're going to work very closely with the federations and the clubs. We're going to be doing compliance workshops. And in the beginning of this year, we touched a little bit on compliance with the federations. Also to assist you, to enable you to source funding from other entities such as Lotto, Grant in Aid. There's international donors which we have, the Gauteng Gambling Board, the Hollywood Bets Foundation. They have a sport grant that they give out. You need to apply for that. And this is information that we have which we share with clubs and federations as well, because we got to get you self-sustainable as well. So this is our budget for club development. You see, we have a huge budget. And this is what we're doing. We're doing a professional women's boxing bout. With this one, we're working with Boxing South Africa, and we're working particularly with the women promoters. Only women promoters can apply for this. So Boxing South Africa has a process that they're busy with in identifying the women promoters. And this boxing bout is going to take place at the end of October. Then we do local leagues. So this local leagues is support directly to federations. And what we ask is, what do you need for your league? And I'll go a little bit into detail when I show you what is our outputs for this financial year. We support the local clubs, that's you, that participate in leagues. We support district club competitions. We support clubs participating at the provincial level. We do equipment and attire, capacity building, and I'll go into detail of each one soon. We also employ 12 coordinators. Our budget is 22.492 million. So how do we spend that money? So we have 39 local leagues that we support. And if you equate that, it's 39 federations that we support, both at a provincial and a regional level. So for example, at the provincial level, we will assist Gauteng volleyball. And then at the regional level, we'll also support Joburg volleyball, Sedibeng volleyball, Ekurhuleni volleyball, etc. So these are the federations that we support, both at the regional and a provincial level. Rugby, netball, swimming, boxing, hockey, basketball, cricket, women's football. We focus on that, gymnastics, tennis. We also have a very nice women and girl tennis program that we're doing with Gauteng tennis. Chess, this was something new we brought in. Athletics and volleyball. And over the years, if I remember in 2009, we only had netball and football. And over the years, we've expanded and we've brought in other sport as well. The latest sport that we brought in was tennis and chess. We also have sport for people with disabilities, blind cricket, and they're doing very well, really, really well. Deaf sport, and there we focus for netball, football, and chess. So those are the federations that we support. And what do we support the federations? Is to run their leagues. We support them with coordination, affiliation fees. So sometimes coordination could be their meetings that they must have. Technical support. Sometimes they need to pay their technical officials to run the league or to referee. And support obviously differs from one federation to the next. And to get to the support, we do meet with federations. We meet one-on-one with them to understand what their needs are. Then we have 360 local clubs currently on the program from all those codes. The new one we added this year was the TVET Colleges football. We've also brought in under sport for disabilities, the CP football, cerebral palsy football. So you can see we've expanded a lot. We've also brought in softball, but currently we're still based only in the North Corridor on that one. So those are all the codes that we focus on. And what do we support the clubs with? Transport, EMS, registration fees, catering, because there's some codes, especially your individual codes, that take place a full day, like your boxing, tennis, chess. So we make sure at least those kids have something to eat. Then we have district competitions. So for this year, we said, because this was really something new for us, we're going to, let's start small. So the district competitions that we're busy supporting is your basketball regional competitions and tennis. And then we have provincial competitions. And for this year, we're focusing also on basketball, women's football, tennis, and I forgot, we're also supporting the volleyball. In fact, they're having the awards today. The finals are being played today in Randburg. Capacity building. We only focus on accredited training. Gone are the days where federations only want to do generic training, because we know there's a lot of people who who've never done maybe a level 1 or a level 2 or a SAFA level D. So now we're insisting that all our training must be accredited from the federation. We don't want generic coaching and coaching, no. We want proper training for each and every coach and each and every technical official and even administrators. So in terms of generic training, we focus on sport admin, first aid, and then under the federation, we look at coaching and technical officiating. So we work with the federations to identify the people to be trained. And these people we take from the clubs that are currently on the club development program. But we've also expanded it a bit to say we can't only focus on the clubs. We mustn't leave the other clubs that are in the leagues behind. Equipment and attire. So because we do not have a lot of money for equipment and attire, we indicated that over the next 4 years, all the clubs on our program will get equipment and attire. But for year 1, we're only going to focus on 120 clubs and make sure they have everything they need. In year 2, we're going to focus on different codes. In year 3, we're going to focus on different codes. And year 4, on different codes. Because we find if we have to give all 360 clubs equipment and attire, you get like one ball, or you get like one attire. Now we want to make sure you have a full attire, you have enough balls, you have whistles, you have cones, you have whatever you need to make sure that your team is properly catered for. All right? And then I mentioned the women's professional boxing bout that we're busy with. So who's our partners? We have obviously our federations, regional and provincial. So they identify the clubs, they assist us with the facilitation of capacity building programs and making sure that it's accredited. And they need to ensure that we have qualified technical officials that officiate the leagues and competitions. We have the Provincial Sport Confederation and the Regional Sport Confederation. They assist us with any disputes that arise in federations. They assist us with facilitating the compliance workshops. And they also assist federations and clubs when they need to apply. I'm putting Mr. Yazin on spot for any documents that they need for funding. And local government facilities, because that's where facilities lie with local government. We try. So, what are these compliance workshops that we want to focus on? We want to make sure that each and every one of our 360 clubs after 4 years is registered as NPOs. You have a constitution. And if you have a constitution, it means you must have an executive in place, not just a one-man show. And we know we're going to butt heads with some people, but if we want to move forward and make sure that we're sustainable, or we have a sustainable club system, we need to put this in place. A profile of your organization. You know, a constitution says how you are governed. That's what the constitution says. How you must do elections, how you must run your organization. But the profile tells a possible funder who you are. Your success stories. It gives a potential funder an idea of how do you operate. What are your age groups? What have you achieved in your organization? So a profile and a constitution, that's something we really want to work with you on. Minutes of meetings, we want to teach you. When you have a meeting, you must have minutes of your meetings. Because sometimes funders want to know how compliant are you. Do you have a bank account? Because it's one thing as government, we don't put money into personal accounts. So does your club or your federation have a bank account that's open? Audited financial statements. And we can assist and support you. Because that's part of how do we support the leagues. Are you affiliated to your provincial or regional or national federation? We know some clubs affiliate directly to national, some clubs affiliate directly to provincial. And one of the things is you have to give us reports on your operations, on your leagues that are taking place. So what is the impact of the program? This year we had to sign a service level agreement with each and every federation on the program. And this was to ensure that they report to us and that we give them the support that they want. We have more structured and compliant clubs, and I'm telling you this year is really trying, because not all clubs give us reports. Not all clubs have a constitution. But we did say it's a process. More upskilled coaches and technical officials. I mean, one of the things that we work in with is, and we work with the federation to say, okay, so you've done a SAFA level D, let's say in Joburg. So this year, can we do a SAFA level C? Next year, who's ready to do SAFA level B? That's the type of courses we're doing with federations as well. All right, sport administrations are upskilled through capacity building programs. We have more structured codes in communities. And we're getting athletes that have been selected to represent the region, the province, even the national teams as well. So I'm not going to go through all the good stories. I think the presentation will be shared with you. But I just want to highlight some good stories we've had. You know, with the club development program, I know there are some coaches that are here that also know about the ROUNDTABLE Sontshini games. So we work with the club program, and it's a program that also helps us for teams to be selected for Sontshini. So in 2020, when we started the Sontshini in 2017, West Rand did not have a girls basketball team. Didn't participate in basketball in our inaugural year. By 2018, they had a girls basketball team. By, 2021, they came third. Last year, they won the Gauteng champs. So the club development works. We've produced some girls football players for the national team, under 17, 19, and even in the open. Some rugby players that have come through the program as well. Netball is doing excellent. Our Tshwane team won the A division. Joburg also came in the national tournament that just took place now. So our netball is really doing well at the national level. I'm not going to go through all of this for you. Our blind cricket, I must say, excellent. They just won the T20 in KZN. They went to participate in KZN not so long ago. I just want to show you some pictures of, what happened to my pictures? Okay, we'll come to them. So what challenges do we experience in working with the clubs and federations? Some clubs are not structured at all. We have non-compliant clubs at federations, and as a result, they're unable to source funding. So in terms of the compliance workshops that we have, whatever compliance documents we work with you, it's the same documents that every other entity wants to see. Clubs don't register or affiliate with federations. And we know sometimes we don't have money, but that's part of the club development program. Facilities, it's a massive issue. There's a lack of maintenance or upgrading by local municipalities. We have lack of qualified coaches and technical officials. Many still operate on past experience. We have a lack of administration support for federations. And we shouldn't have that, especially for provincial federations. Do you know that your provincial federation, we have a Gauteng Sport House, and I'm sure Mr. Lombard will talk about that, where they can go and do their administration. Lack of parental support, it's massive. Keeping the young girl in sport. We know when young girls become teenagers, we lose a lot of them. And I think as a collective, as sport people, we need to talk about that. How do we keep our young girls in sport? Definitely a lack of budget. There's a lot more we can do if we get equitable share. And lack of fundraising initiatives by federations and clubs. So what are our recommendations? We want clubs to have executives in place because it shows that the club is sustainable. Capacity building programs on compliance, we're definitely going to have those. And we're going to decentralize it, especially for the clubs. Clubs to register with federations, to fundraise. We need to have structure in communities. We need to reclaim a culture of sport and recreation back into township areas. We need to support clubs and federations through capacity building initiatives. And I'm not going to go, I did mention that. I think one of the big things, especially on facilities, it's important that as a sport fraternity, clubs and federations, you must attend the IDPs of local government. In fact, in the national meeting again, it was reiterated. We need to, so that our voices are heard at that IDP level. Because there is an amount that local government can apply through the MIG funding, especially in the districts of West Rand and Sedibeng, for MIG funding for sport facilities. In fact, that's a conversation we want to have with local government on why are they not applying for that MIG funding. We only have one project in the entire Gauteng that has applied for MIG funding. So we want to have that engagement with local government. So these are just some of our children that have come through the program and are making it big. You can see we have some soccer there, Sipesitle. Bulelani is actually a chess player who's representing South Africa overseas currently. Lesego. And these are just pictures we're showing you of other codes that we have worked with you on and federations to get into our communities. Thank you.
We will now take on the presentation by the Gauteng Sports Confederation on Club Development Program, Mr. Yasin Lombard.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, honourable members. Morning to the Acting Chief Director and her team. Morning, Marissa Rose. Good morning to all of you from the sporting fraternity in Gauteng. My presentation is going to be slightly different. I'm going to explain to you what we've done and what we try to do to help federations. And the reason behind it is the funding that we receive is a 3% of a DORA grant. 3% of a DORA grant. So if you take that into consideration and you pull out all the work that needs to be done by the Confederation as compared to the amount that we receive, which is merely just under 3 million for the whole year. So that would include work for the sports house, that would include commission work, that would include federation support, and various other things. One would understand that not much can be done with 3 million rand. So that is our budget. So that's where I'm going to start off. So when you look at what we've done, you'll understand that we try to do it as much as we can with the little that we have. Chair, I must say at this point that we receive nothing from voted funds. And if we go back, in terms of voted funds, the only thing we receive is for the program of government, which relates to competitive sport in terms of an Indaba that we're going to host, and I'll explain that to you just now, and a little bit of athlete support. But other than that, for any other programs that the GSC might undertake, there's no voted funds that comes. And in terms of your FIS report, adopted by this committee, 21-22, the resolutions, House resolutions of that committee was that there should have been more support from the fiscus relating to the GSC, and that is, to date, has not materialized fully. I do know that in 2024, we did receive a little bit more than normal, and then 2025, it was then slashed completely. And I think sometimes, I think we, we are to blame. I always tell I told my executive the other day, when they asked, why do we get so little money? I said, the reason why we get so little money is because we complained we didn't want the 2% VAT hike. Had we received the 2% VAT hike, maybe the budgets wouldn't have been slashed the way it was slashed. If you look at the current report that was sent out by SASCOC yesterday as a media report, you'll find that all federations, national federations, budgets were slashed up to 60%. Also to the point where SASCOC, the Olympic Committee responsible for creating athletes to represent the country at World Games, All Africa Games, Olympics, and Commonwealth Games, the budget was slashed, get this, to 0. So from 12 million rand, SASCOC gets 0 rands. So you'd understand that sport is losing out on a lot of money. And there's a current fight to go back to the National Lotto. Because when we started the National Lotto in the early 90s under the Honorable Steve Chwete, the National Lotto was started for sport only. It was a vehicle to fund sport, because we realized at the time that government had very much competing activities that they needed to deal with, such as education, healthcare, housing, transport, roads and infrastructure and the likes. So we came up with the idea of the National Lotto. And at that time, sport was receiving at least 100% of the Lotto budget. Today, 2025, sport receives 30% of their budget. Now, we've lost a lot on the vehicle that we started as sport. So it is for the politicians, I would put it at your feet, ma'am, and various other organizations to go back to the Lotto and revisit that with the Department of Trade and Industries under which the Lotto falls. So I'm starting off on a very somber note in that there's no money. There's no money. And we need to try and figure out how to work that money out. But what have we done? So we have something that Marissa spoke to, Mrs. Rose spoke to, is the sports house. The sports house is you. It's for you. So as federations, ma'am, what we do to the federation, we don't deal directly with clubs. We are a provincial confederation, and so we deal with the federations. And the federations assist their clubs. So through the assistance with the federations, we assist the clubs. Now you'd note that on the presentation, I have a strategic objective, and that's a strategic objective 16. Where do I get that thing? Am I pulling it out just from thin air? No. In 2012, all sporting organizations got together, 2011 to be exact, in November 2011. All sporting organizations, national departments of sport, provincial departments of sport, district departments of sport, all got together at Gallagher Estate to discuss sport in this country. And they put together a document called the National Sports and Recreation Plan. And that National Sports and Recreation Plan is supposed to guide how sport moves and how sport operates in the country. That National Sports and Recreation Plan was then taken to National Parliament. And it was tabled in National Parliament and is now added and was added in 2012 to the NDP. So it's a legitimate document. It's a document that holds a lot of weight because it's approved by Parliament and it's part of the NDP. So under the National Sports and Recreation Plan is a number of strategic objectives, and one of the strategic objectives is 16. And 16 speaks to a sports house. And what does that mean? That means that federations no longer have to operate from the boot of their cars, ma'am. They have a home where they can come to and operate from. So we provide services for them. We give them the facility to use if they want to have such a meeting with their membership. We have a little conference facility there. And we have some office space where they can come and operate and work from and utilize the facilities such as phones, printing, internet, emails. So we give them that opportunity. So there's no federation in Gauteng that can say we don't have office space. We are operating from the boot of our car. That is not the way it should work. You have an office space at the Joburg Stadium, and it's called the Gauteng Sports House. And in that Gauteng Sports House, we've had a number of organizations that have already applied to Lotto and have used that address. And nowadays, when you apply to Lotto, Lotto comes out to your facility to come and see if you actually exist. And Lotto has come to our place to find out whether these federations actually exist and operate from our facility. And we've indicated that they do. So we give them a sports house that they can operate from, ma'am. We then also try to assist a couple of them with supporting and branding, and most importantly on that list you'll see is colors. In order for you to represent your province, you need provincial colors. The only organization that can allocate those provincial colors to you is the Gauteng Sport Confederation. So your federation applies to us, we go through the application, and we align that application with the Transformation Charter to make sure that you are aligned to the Transformation Charter in terms of trying to give access to every single person. In terms of color, in terms of race, at least in terms of color, in terms of gender, and in terms of ability or disability. So we do the colors through that particular process, and we're now in the process of rebranding those colors and making those colors more funky for the youngsters. You know, they like to change every year, so we're busy doing that right now. Ma'am, in terms of what Mrs. Rose spoke about is corporate governance. We've done a lot of corporate governance with where we represent all federations at SESCOC's general meetings and AGMs. We represent we represent all the federations at the Department of Sports, Arts, Culture, and various other meetings. We set up our Transformation Commission that is currently looking at all federations and clubs with regards to transformation. In part of our rebranding, we are busy redoing our website. And on our website is going to be a page where every federation will input their information in terms of transformation, the transformation agenda. How many athletes they have within their organization, how many administrators, how many coaches, how many technical officials, how many women, how many men, how many people with disabilities, how many kids under the age of 15, how many kids under the age of 21, and so forth and so forth. So we'll be able to draw a report on the transformation agenda of each and every federation in the province. We also chair the National Provincial Confederations. I don't know how to put this because we're still trying to find the name for the body. But all 9 provincial sports confederations meet every last Thursday of every month to discuss practices within the 9 provinces so that we understand how to work together. We assist other provincial confederations with good governance and compliances. So we've also structured sport in the province. Another strategic objective of the National Sports and Recreation Plan is Strategic Objective 26. And Strategic Objective 26, Chairperson, speaks to the political demarcations of the country. We all know that the country is one. We have one republic, we have 9 provinces, and we have 52 districts. But some federations, Chair, have got 14 provinces and not 9 provinces. Some federations have got 13 provinces and not 9 provinces. So we are in the process of restructuring those federations. Federations, and I will name them, federations such as rugby, federations such as cricket, federations such as athletics. And they are the big federations, but they are still operating outside the geopolitical boundaries of the country. And we are busy working towards trying to resolve that out. We've also assisted table tennis with restructuring. So now we have a Gauteng table tennis body within the province. We've also assisted Gauteng netball, and we've gone through a process with them where there were some issues between them and national netball. We've assisted handball, and we are in the process of finalizing basketball. So we've got an administrator in place for basketball currently within the province, but we are hoping within the next month or so to call them to an elective AGM where we'll be able to elect the new representative basketball federation membership for its members. Some federations still, okay, well, I'm not going to go into that one. That one we've dealt with already. The GSC was instrumental in passing a resolution at SASCOC's General Assembly, and that is just around Strategic Objective 26, where we're speaking to them around the geopolitical boundaries. And we are forcing our national federations, such as the rugby's athletics, to move into the geopolitical boundaries. Dispute management, Chair, is one of the other things that we assist our federations and our clubs with. We've sat down with basketball, we've sat down with handball, we've sat down with karate, table tennis, cue sport, athletics and martial arts to try and resolve disputes within those federations, some of them with their clubs, some of them within the clubs themselves, but we've resolved quite a bit on that, and I'll go more into detail on some of them at a later stage, especially with athletics and netball. So what have we done in the first quarter so far? And our quarters run concurrently with the provincial quarter. So our first quarter is from 1st of April. Then we've done a compliance review system on Gauteng volleyball. So we've called Gauteng volleyball, and we've called all its structures, all 5 structures and the provincial structure. And we've gone through everything relating to their compliance to ensure that they are properly compliant. We've assessed their governance, their administration, their reporting alignment. We've identified non-compliance, and we've put in some corrective actions. We've ensured districts remain in good standing for participation and support. So who all was available, who all was there was the department, Gauteng volleyball, Tshwane volleyball, Joburg volleyball, school sports, West Rand volleyball, and Sedibeng volleyball. We've also done that for rugby. So without to an audit process where we've asked them to go through the transformation charter and to look at the compliances in terms of government requirements and see where they've fallen short, and we've trying to assist them to ensure that they stick to the regulatory and administrative frameworks of government to ensure that they are able to receive funding. We've taken about 6 months, Chair, to put together something called eSport. eSport is a new federation, and it's what your child does when he goes and locks himself up in his room and he plays with the PlayStation. So we're trying to bring all those people together, and we've put together over 6 months, we've worked with them, and finally we've put together a founding meeting for Gauteng eSport, and we've done the first inaugural elections of the Gauteng eSport Federation. But while we do that, Chair, we also make sure that they are compliant. We make sure that they have applied for the national, for an NPO certificate. We make sure they've applied for their PBO, which is tax exemption certificate. We ensure that they are properly registered on the CSD website. We ensure that they are properly registered with Gauteng Treasury as a vendor. So we try to give them as much opportunity to be able to source funding from all the various things, various organizations that are out there that will be able to fund them. We've done some boxing, so you'd know that there's two forms of boxing. Boxing is boxing, but there's 2 forms. You have Sanabo, which deals with your basic developmental boxing, and then you have BSA, which deals with professional boxing. So we've got together with the National Promoters Organization, and we've structured and put into place the Gauteng Professional Boxing Promoters Association. So we facilitated the elections of that around about in July. When I spoke about some of the dispute management we've done with Gauteng Netball, there were some issues within Gauteng Netball between the Gauteng provincial structure, the Tshwane Netball structure, and we've tried to facilitate and create an enabling environment between them. To the point where we then got to an AGM, and we had elections, and we also facilitated that particular elections for Gauteng Netball to ensure that clubs are properly looked after within netball. We then also did some dispute between the Soweto Marathon Trust, the Soweto Marathon Race Committee, and Central Gauteng Athletics. Right now, the Soweto Marathon is still going to go ahead. The only issue is when. And the reasoning behind that is we know that the G20 summit is taking place, and normally the time when the Soweto Marathon runs, it's over that period when the summit will be taking place, as well as in the same facility, which is the NASREC facility. So the G20 will be over there, and we now need to find another alternative date for that Soweto Marathon to take place. However, I must say at this particular point in time, they are having a bit of financial difficulties to try and put that marathon through, and they are now sourcing some outside funding mechanisms to try and see if that can still go ahead. We did some more structuring in terms of JSC governance. We are assisting an organization to come into being, and that is Gauteng Arm Wrestling Federation. So that's a new federation that's also going to be coming in. You know, when the boys get a little bit heavy on a Saturday night, then they want to show who's strong, and then they start doing arm wrestling with one another to find out who's the strongest one. So now there's a federation. It's actually become a sport. It's an international sport. And so we're going to now put that federation together, and maybe as the first inaugural meeting, we'll have Luke and Kagiso, KG, we'll have them battling against one another to try and see who will be the champion there. We've also then assisted Indigenous Games, Chair. Indigenous Games this month is a very important month. It's our Heritage Month. So we will be having Indigenous Games throughout the province. We'll be having the Provincial Indigenous Games Festival also. I think that will take place around about the 24th, that weekend, and that will be in the West Rand Kagiso Memorial Center. So we've assisted them in terms of putting together the AGM, and we've assisted them with the elections as well. So the Indigenous Games Federation is now up and running, and we're trying to sort that out. So we've had a number of meetings as the GSC, and these are just some of the meetings we've had. I'm not going to go through all of them. We've had an Olympic Day celebration where we brought schools and clubs together to Sascock House, and at that particular place we've done an Olympic Day celebration with all of them, trying to assist them. We've also done some boxing, and we're trying to assist. There's an organization here called BR Sport International. What they do is they have a program where they take teams out of the country to various countries to participate in international events. So we've had a chat with them, and we're trying to assist them in terms of compliance to ensure that we don't have another problem like we had with the football team from the Western Cape that got stuck in Europe. And the minister had to come in and assist at that point in time. So we don't want to find find Gauteng in that same problem situation. So we're working with them to try to make sure that everything is compliant and above board. We are always at the technical IGR, so we've been invited to the technical IGR forum to have our chat there as well. Meetings, let me just go through this quickly that we don't need. So there's new memberships that are coming to us, ma'am, and that is relating to catchball. So you'd ask, what is catchball? Catchball is a new federation that's taking place, and it's a new sport that is gaining traction around the world. And that sport is very similar to volleyball. Volleyball, you hit the ball. Catchball, you catch and you throw it. Over the same net, over the same court, and you play that game. 90% of the game is currently played by females, by women, around the world. There's international competitions, And it's quite an interesting game, but right now, like I say, it's almost like netball, 90% being played by women. So it's going to gain a lot of traction within the country as well, and we're busy working with them. There's something that our acting chief director brought to our attention, and we're busy working with them also. It's called drone football. Drone football is almost similar to e-sport, but it's going to be quite good in that people of both ability and disability would be able to play against one another on that particular field and play drone football. Of course, there's esports, handball, and table tennis. Programs that we're going to be held within Q2 jointly with the Department of Sport is the OR Tambo Soncini Social Cohesion Games that will take place on the last weekend of October. We're busy also, Chair, with Prime Media and ETV to ensure that we take all our sporting codes, all 76 sporting codes, Chair, not just the 16 priority codes, but all 76 sporting codes, we want to take it to air. We want to give them a platform on the ETV platform and the Prime Media platform, and in that particular manner, these federations would be able then to go and look for funding, financial support from corporates, because they would have some form of platform in which the federations are able to broadcast the support of their sponsors. As said before also, Chair, we are busy with our transformation audit on all our 63 federations that we have affiliated to Gauteng. We also now, together with the department, are going to work on a new provincial Indaba. The last one we had was in 2019 at Turffontein, and we are going to host our new provincial Indaba, where we're going to get all our federations. We still need to decide where the clubs and those will be invited to it, but all our federations and all our district confederations and all our district provincial departments of sport, district and provincial departments of sport to be part of that provincial Indaba. Like I said, the Soweto Marathon is upcoming. We are hoping it will be as good as the previous one. And then tomorrow, Chair, tomorrow we've also assisted in terms of funding and various other things with logistics. Tomorrow is the Vaal River City Marathon that takes place in Sedibeng. So we're busy with that one also tomorrow. And that one, if you are available, we are saying that all VIPs should start getting into the stadium at 5:30, Acting Chief Director. The race starts at 6 in the morning. So I see the Honorable is looking at me worried at 5:30 in the morning. The race starts at 6. So if the VIPs could be there by about 5:30, it'd be great. We're also going to be assisting some of our riders through our funding that we receive from the department with the 94.7 Ride Joburg, which is a cycle race between Pretoria and Johannesburg. So we are busy working on those in the next quarter. Ma'am, I'd like to say thank you. I'm done.
Thank you very much for the presentations that we received from both the department and the confederation. So now we are moving into discussions with all of you, as that is why we are here. And I will want us, when we start with the discussions, I will want us to frame the question in a way that it is going to assist all of us. So maybe first we start with verifications. Did your club actually receive the support as it has been reported? The impact that support will have made. What difference has this support made in terms of growth, sustainability, and talent progression? And the third one, which will be challenges and recommendations, because we're not here just to listen and just go home. We want all of us in here to actually have some sort of recommendation as to what is to be done. So what are the key barriers in terms of facilities, transport, funding, administration? and what should be done differently. So we will be that, we will take hands from all of you, and we hope we will have fruitful and progressive discussions. So where are the mics? We will now take up hands and introduce yourself. Where are you from? And in that order. Can I then take hands, please? Okay. All right. So that will be number one there, that you are standing, Lwandile, and it will be Ausikamane, and the three, Papa here. And 4 and 5, 6. Let's start this side, and then we will then come this side.
Morning and greetings, everyone. Protocol observed, and my introduction is as follows. My name is Paul. I'm from Tukomsaras in the West Rand, representing Tukomsaras Futsal Club in the region. Now, my question, honorable people, is the following. What I've picked up, and I remember Honorable Chair was mentioning facilities as one of the barriers and challenges. And I also remember that on one of the presentations there was mentioned that it falls under local structure. But my question, though, is based on the following, what I've picked up also from Mr. Lombari's presentation, that all of the codes are supported in terms of sporting codes, which is actually a good thing. But one have noticed that there is no futsal indoor soccer. Now, where do I come from with this question? As a futsal lover and as a Tukomsaras Futsal Club representative, chairperson for that matter, we are falling under the Gauteng Saifa region in terms of affiliation. Now, I don't know whether I've also not seen a federation that has been mentioned, or whether maybe the legislature here knows about that there is a code, a sporting code called indoor five-a-side futsal soccer. But having said that, I just wanted to say that for us not having facilities within the area of Randfontein in the West Rand, there's one facility that we have challenges with, which is situated in Azadval, which is very costly. Now, with that being said, the traveling expenses for us having to go and play in Soweto, Orlando, had many challenges, and that, as a result, ended us up for only after having played league games, which was 6 to 5 rounds, already in there, had spent more money than the affiliation fee. We're sitting at the point where we could not even complete the league, for that matter. Now, allow me also just to explain that there's a dispute currently taking place within. There's a national futsal association called SAIFA, that is where the head office is in Durban. We're currently facing a dispute internally where there's only 3 provinces that are currently affiliated to the SAIFA board, of SAIFA Federation in inverted commas, which are from KZN number 1, where it's situated, Western Cape, and then the Gauteng one. The Gauteng one was the one where we had struggles, where our league could not complete. And just for information also, that same SAIFA league that I'm referring to has elected a national team supposed to go and represent South Africa in an upcoming SADC games. I don't know whether people know about it, but I'm just mentioning these things just to show that also in there's a dispute that how all of these things as the team was actually picked, because I'm coming back to my initial question of saying, for the fact that one haven't noticed that there is a code mentioned like futsal, indoor soccer, what is it then there? So we're asking from Randfontein, please help us, because we've noticed this barrier of transport and facilities. We need your assistance in terms of indoor facility within Randfontein to help. Because we are standing at the point with the disputes that we have to set up a corridor, not only a corridor when I'm referring to West Rand as a district, but we said, okay, since we're saying Gauteng as a region where we're going to play only in Orlando, let's set up corridors where we find ourselves having a south corridor where the Orlando the Soweto teams and Laser teams are falling under, and we have a Tshwane corridor and we have a West Rand corridor with a structure under this federation. But I'm just asking for assistance in terms of facilities, number one, and also helping us setting up the proper structures. And also maybe for you guys, I don't know how you're going to intervene with this dispute. I don't know how people are going to know about the fact that how the current setup of this SAIFA board is being run via KZN is very unfair. I thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you, Chair, for giving me this opportunity. I'm from Mabopane Boxing Club. We are affiliated to Tshwane Metro Boxing Organization. And we are also some problems as far as this sports of boxing is concerned. We do appreciate the support that we are getting from Gauteng Sports, Arts and Culture, giving us gloves and other equipment and that other stuff. But now the main problem that you are having here is the facility. We lack facilities. We do not have a proper facility wherein we can train these boxers for boxing. And as you know, a facility is basic. If we do not have a facility, where are we going to train these boxers? The other problem is a ring. A ring is basic. The only time that these boxers of ours get to see a ring is when we are at tournaments. Just imagine. In boxing, we have this ring craft. If now we do not have a ring, where are these boxers going to practice this ring craft that is supposed to be practiced? So it is a huge problem, and we do not. Where should you go for these problems that we have? We do not know on which door are we supposed to knock. In Mabopane, we do not have the sports council. If the sports council is there, surely maybe there would be the people who would be helping us. We do not, if they are there, these sports councillors, maybe they are on papers, but practically they are not there. That is our main problem. The Kindos. We are trying. We have boxers that are very good in boxing, but now because of this these basic things that are needed in boxing, we do not progress. Thank you so much.
Greetings to everyone in the room. My name is Primrose Lindogutles Tole. I am from Mahalesburg. I am representing Bright Young Stars Academy. Our challenges so far is the training facilities. Our sports grounds have been under construction, I think, for about 3 years now. And then we have a challenge of gymming. And then also, I heard you speaking about the compliance in terms of funding and all that. I want you to clarify on the financial statements, because that's the challenge that we have. What I want to know is, will you be providing the accountant for us to do those financial statements? Since when, like, for example, if we need financial statements from accountants, they need something like 7,000 to compile just a year. So in terms of us to qualify for those funding as well, we are struggling. For example, if we are struggling to pay for our kids for transportation, when we are playing in leagues, we don't have money for transportation. It has to come from our pockets. And as well as food, they have to eat, these kids. We have to pay the referees. So those are our main challenges. So please, in terms of compliance as well, can you please find a way to assist us? We are registered, we do have bank accounts, but also those bank accounts, they require, so we have a lot of challenges as we are sitting here. Actually, we are stressed, we are drained. Maybe some of us are depressed here. Thank you.
Good morning. Hello. Good morning, everyone. My name is Junior Wahamoigatanu from Harangua. I'm boxing coach. At the same time, I'm the coming up boxing professional boxer next year. Now, we have a problem in boxing, especially the Region 1. We don't get fully support from the Department of Sport, Art and Culture, Recreation in province. The only support that we hear, we don't see, we hear is when they help their friends. What I can say is township teams, they don't get the support. The suburb teams, they get the support. That I must be clear on that. Suburb teams, they get the support. Township team, they don't get the support. Especially when they have a tournament, they have to travel. They are struggling. I've been thinking to my learned friend who will talk about that he didn't talk. That is fine. When we need support, they need a lot of things to us. We have a karate, this coming few months comes. Those people of the karate, they need the support. They don't get the support. In the region, I'm talking about the Region 1, not any region. Region 1, we have a problem about support, especially even in soccer. There is a problem with the facility. I can show you a picture here. Here. I need this house for quite a while. I didn't get it. To use this house as my gym. To turn it the house to be my boxing gym. Then I decided I will use a force to take this house because the people, they are vandalizing the house. They are smoking inside the house. They can kill someone in that house. So I'm going to take it that house. So legislature, please, I'm begging you, I'm praying you, I bow my head before you. Let's not something that you will be oversee after maybe 3 years or 4 years. In the prior, we have some legislators somewhere in Ekuruleni. We've never get any report till today. Then we are here again. We are here again with the same problem. We are giving you the same problem we have been given those past the legislature. the chair lady, unfortunately, that the chair lady is normal. Yeah, in that way. So, do the right things to us. That it must not be a talk show. Must not be a talk show. Must be on a marching order. Then I think it will be the nothing. And the last is, let's support us. Legislature, support us. We are the custodians of each and every sport they are here. We are the custodians. Without us, our youth, our kids, they will end up nowhere. Without us, our kids, our grandkids, they will end up nowhere. So, I'm saying to you, please, 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 give us the support. My name is Junior Wahamoigatan from Harangwa Region 1. I thank you.
Good morning, colleagues. All protocol observed. My name is Rodney Mushwana. I'm the Deputy Chairperson of Western Basketball Association. Okay, the challenge that we're having now, I think it's the current funding model from the department. This using of the service providers, because we're having a challenge with it most of the time. You find that on the last hour, the service provider would cancel and say, inciting issues like they don't have money to fund the program. And we feel that the department is using a lot of money, or is losing a lot of money through these service providers, because you find that the service provider would charge the department 3 times the amount, and especially when it comes to transport. So if those funds were directed to us, we feel that we could save also the department a lot of money. So, and then I'm gonna come to another issue. This is directed to you, Mr. Lombard. I speak because we speak in one voice, all the districts in Gauteng. We are very much disappointed, and let's be careful not to mislead the committee, because I feel that some of the things that you said, you were misleading the portfolio committee. I remember we had a meeting, I think it was in this room, if I'm not mistaken, early this year. You mentioned that the issue of Gauteng Basketball Association will be resolved in a month or 2. Nothing happened. The administrator, I think, was appointed in if I'm not mistaken, the meeting that we had with him, it was in 2023. Nothing has happened. We still don't have a structure. I think Gauteng was placed under administration in 2019. So can you imagine, from 2019, there's no provincial structure in Gauteng. And to my surprise, Gauteng is producing one of the best basketball players. We even won I think there were games in KZN last year and that other year. We won, Gauteng won. I think it was a blessing that we attended this meeting, because we had actually wrote a letter, all the districts, We had actually wrote a letter to the portfolio committee, it's just that we did not know who to give to this letter. So at least now we know where to direct our complaints to. So we are hoping and praying that something will be done. It's heartbreaking because, okay, I'll just give you an example from where we come from in West Rand. West Rand, we have one of the poorest communities. Just to correct you, Ms. Rose, it was our girls who won the junior NBA last year, not the Gauteng Gems. One of our best players could not even go and attend the Gauteng trials. It's sad, if you see Team Gauteng in basketball playing in TV, or they say they're going to KZN, it's because their parents, they're the ones who paid for them to be there. So which means our poor kids from our poorest community, maybe from Sidibeng, Ekurulane, West Rand, Tshwane, will not participate. Because you'll find that the kids who are participating in a provincial team are the kids who go to your private schools. So we're just hoping and praying that something will be done. I heard that there'll soon be elections for Basketball South Africa. It means we will not participate because we don't have a provincial structure. It's sad, it's heartbreaking. I don't know who's benefiting from this thing, but we are not benefiting. We are not benefiting anything from this. It's very sad. We will not be represented nationally. So it's heartbreaking. I've been playing basketball since 1997. And I refuse to be remembered as someone who just sat back and folded his arms. So if we are going to fight, we will fight. If we need to fight, we will fight. We will fight for the future of our kids. We will fight so that those poor kids from the public schools also be afforded the same opportunity as the ones who are in those private schools. So I plead with you today that let something be done. Let Gauteng also be represented, be counted. Because when you look at basketball in South Africa, Gauteng is dominating. And they'll always tell you, no, the districts are not functioning. All the districts in Gauteng, they are functioning. We have leagues that are running. We even established a Gauteng basketball league, which is supported by the department from last year. We did all that without a provincial structure. So please, please, let something be done, because we also want a representative to be there so that we can change this basketball. So we can change the way how people see basketball. I thank you.
Have pointed, we can't just willy-nilly just raise your hand. We'll then take, after we are done, we'll then take this side so that we can be able to have meaningful discussions, because those things that are raised here must also be responded to. Thank you.
Good day to all of you. Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Betty Piri. I come from Magaliesburg. I'm representing Magaliesburg Knights. We currently have netball and soccer. Netball, I would like to ask, how are you supporting netball? Currently, I am in the Magali City League, where we don't have transport. We find our own transport. Parents pay for their kids for transport.
Last weekend, we couldn't attend the league game because most parents didn't have money to pay for their kids. Another thing is that when we get to the venues, we pay 10 rand entrance, which goes to the EMS. So I want to know in what way do you support the netball? Going to soccer, we have the under 13 and under 15 league. We are registered, yes. The problems that we have is that we don't have qualified referees. When someone passes there by the street, is called, come ref for us here. And we end up having fights, which is not good. On top of that, referees have to be paid from the coaches' pockets. Transport, there is money that comes out for transport, but transport does not cover all the trips for the leagues. Some teams will end up being told that the budget for transport has ended, so they have to pay for themselves. Another thing is that for us to get equipment and kit is a struggle. We have to fight in order to get those things. And as for Magaliesberg, there's other netball teams, but we don't have any information. There are girls practicing there, they know nothing about leagues. We get nothing, no support or information or where to go or where to help these kids to go further. The under 13 and under 15 league just ends there. When the boys reach under 15, they have no place to go. So my question is, what are we developing them for if we don't have assistance to take them further? Thank you.
Yes.
And then, no, she's the last one. And then I'll take another round from here. Yes, you.
Good day, everybody. My name is Ntabi Singh. I'm from Mamelodi, from the Tshwane district. Yes, I want to speak about facilities mostly. I believe I'm from Mabeta Boxing Club. We do boxing only. With compliance that the Gauteng has spoken about, we follow that. We've been following that for years now, and we've been complying with social development, PBO, all those things that they said. Working independently also with finding funding, applying for funding, we've done that for years. And also Lotto, I've heard they were speaking about Lotto. We tried applying for that too, but that didn't work out. So my question is that, how are you guys going to help us independently so we can look for facilities? Because we applied for a facility, so we can do it independently and not solely depend on the government. Because all the time we're hearing is that the budget is low. The budget is low. We all know that. But in a sense of saying that we applying for things in the government, like a simple thing that we applied for a lease in 2019, and we still being held back. We applied for this. Imagine 2019, it's 2025. We've done everything that the application that they required from us, and we are working independently to support our community. We're looking for funding independently to support our community. We don't even ask the government to give us funding because we know very well there's always problems. We get problems from the government and we do not expect the best because we know the bank accounts and everything. We know that if you want funding, we'll go to a private company. If you want funding, go to all the Lotto and all those things. But I need assistance in our organization to get a facility independently. We don't need the government to promise us their municipal facilities, because we know even with municipal facilities, there's always issues with them. If we get to hang because we use, there's things that, equipment that we use as boxing, and we have been doing, one of our coaches who's been doing this for over 36 years, has fought with people in municipalities while they don't give them an opportunity to develop boxes in the facilities. So that's when we took the charge to, let's apply for our own land, let's build our own facilities. Also, we can sustain it because it's shown that it's been done for over 36 years. What's there to question? But still, there's problems. So we just need support from Gauteng legislature with our applications that we apply for, because compliance, we've been doing that for years, and we've been complying with federations too. However, there's also problems within all of those, but what's most important is us giving the kids in our communities hope so they can become better human beings and better leaders in the future. So we have to build our own facilities. That's what I've seen, that organizations that the Gauteng department saying we have to comply and become non-profit organizations. As organization, we have to run it our own self, have executives, yes. However, how is the government going to assist us in that? A simple thing of us applying for a facility in 2019 and we're still waiting for it in 2025 and being given runarounds in the Tshwane office. How is the government, Gauteng Confederation, Gauteng Sports and Art and Culture going to assist us? I've even went to a meeting online where SARS was there, social development was there, but they only spoke about giving funding to artists and creatives, but there was no, the Gauteng Department of Sports said nothing about funding at that moment. But we all know that they're gonna tell us the budget is low. So that's also my query.
We have any hands from this side? Can I ask that maybe you come and land up here so that we know who are those that wants to speak? Yeah. Can you bring the mic here so that at least we can? Yeah. Fine, you just got here. Who played the presentation? Fine.
Morning, everyone. Who speak here is Jacob Sukokotla from Afri Village. This is the chairperson of Afri Villa Pride Football Club and Netball Club. I hear on your presentation, there's two speakers that has said most important things, but I don't like sitting like this. What I don't like in my life, I don't like sitting like this. Looking at waters, sandwiches, while our children are suffering out there. I don't like these meetings. Why I say so? We will have meeting today. After a month, we'll be called again, coming with the same issue. I've affiliated in LFAs. I'm from Randfontein, in a rural catchment. I've affiliated in every association. Football club, under 11, under 13, under 15, under 17, until under 23. Even ladies team. I've affiliated with netball. Again, I've been running this team from 2022, this club from 2022, where there was no facilities, where there was no assistance. Until I went to parents of the kid that I'm running for. Looking for 10 rands, 30 rands for transport. Looking for 10 rand, 20 rand for food. Yet we are sitting in the meetings. I don't like sitting. I want solutions. Solution is what I want. I hear Mr. Boulder Lombardi talking about the affiliations and these federations. Please don't tell me of federations, sir. Support my kids. Don't tell me of federations. Because federation has failed many of us. There's nothing federations are doing for us. It's yes, we affiliated to this thing. Every year we are popping out money, paying the federation just to write the name Afrivilla Pride. I don't want that. I want you guys to help and assist us. Growing on developing a young kid of 11 years, 9 years, 11 years to 23 years. With no money, with my own pocket. Do I have to sell my car to run that club? No. You government. You have to come and assist this. This is your children. We are your nation. Always we are bringing us here, giving us water. But our kids has no balls. Our kids has no facilities. Our kids has no kids. I've branded this kid for the kids from my own pocket. What are you doing? I've answered the questionnaires. But I have to come and sit here. Giving surgeries. I don't like this, guys. This is what I don't like. It's better not to come here and just hearing from you, Scotch, this is the balls that you are giving you. This is the equipment that you are giving you. This is the facilities that you are going to give you. Now, to play in the facilities in Randfontein, you have to pay. Every age group that I want to play, I have to pay this stadium. Like the man that was saying there from Tukomsres, I hear him. You are not taking us for a consideration, guys. From rural catchments, there's no one who's considering us. We have to pay every cent for these kids to be developed. There is a question that I read from these questionnaires. How many players have you developed to, what is it, professional what? How can we promote those kids without money? We want money. We want equipment to train these kids. We want transport to take them everywhere they have to be seen. Please. I don't want to see this meeting again. I want equipment. I want transport. I want money to run these teams. Thank you.
Sanibonani. Ngiyabona uchairperson uzama ukungimarginalize. So chairperson, I know ukuthi nizokhuluma ngani. Ayikho into eyenziwa department engayazi. Niyenziwa legislator. Ngizoqala nje nge-legislator. Guys, you failing us dismally. To hold department accountable. To hold the department accountable. Ama federation aya safara. Nama club aya safara. Ngingathi kunalama federation. Eke nibuke eParliament kwenzakalana. Makuzoba nenkinga ku netball. I-netball kuza isaskok uchairperson abela bese kubiza i-federation kuzodilwa ne-issue nisizwe MEC animsupport MEC nina. I will tell you we need to work on that ukuthi ama-federation anenkinga engaka nje ne-paperwork lithi niyayenza legislate ukuthi mhlawumbe nenza ama-copyright amendment bill anenzi lutho. Guys, do you think content enhle nisazosenzela wona? Mina I've lost the confidence kunina. I've lost confidence because since Tulano ngiyakwazi long time ago use-legislator uku-infrastructure asinazi indawo zokusebenzela singama-club. What are you saying about that? Another thing I want to ukuyisho ukuthi i-department I perform le nithi niyayi-oversight. I perform at all. And ukuzingena u-1 billion. Lo billion 1 billion enye imali izibuyisele emumva uChina ibuyisele emumva back to treasure. Bese masifika thina kuthiwa akho mali. Do you think thina singavotela i-ANC kulo doti lwenenzayo? No. We're not gonna put you under the bus. We won't do that. Angeke. uVivian kumele nimbize as a president of confederation uma kuyi-CJ nenkinga niyambiza nibeke la kuhlale phansi kubizwe bonke abantu abarelevant kudilwe nama-issues. Hayi lento yokuthi simbonani ngo-New York nibonani kuphi nihambile. But what about our country? Our country where sicabanga khona ukuthi fanele benasebenza. Mangase ngimtshele into ebuhlungu ukuthi nikwazi ukuthenga ama-ticket ka-2 million for ama-artists international. Nihluleke ukusupport abantu abakhona le South Africa. The right people abala eSouth Africa. Okwesibili, ayikwazi ukuthi okunye i-department isupporta ama-official akwazi ukukhuluma isilungu angakwazi uku-implement akwenza i-service delivery. Siku-right ukuthi sibe nama-official akwazi ukukhuluma isilungu angakwazi ukwenza i-service delivery kodwa kube ne-qualification. Umuntu ongena-qualification okwazi ukuqala i-organization from the scratch anganikwa i-job opportunity yiyo le government ye-ANC. Ku-right lokho? Akukho right. Sino coach from go-CGA abantu ba-train ba-coach ngeke nje baqashe ngoba nikwazi ukushintsha even ilokhuzana i-sports ne-art into i-curriculum ukuze sikwazi siyocoacha ey'koleni. Ngeke ze nikwenze because nibheka ama-pocket eni. Sizobona next year ukuthi nizoba kanjani niya ku-20%. Ngiqhubeke anisebenzi namasitha. Uma ningasebenzi namasitha department ukuthi ninikeleni abantu bazotrain ama-workshop kanjani nizolo senza lento le box ticking lesenzayo because this police is a wasteful expenditure. Nimosha imali lento because kufanele sesizelezela ama-training sizothola i-certificate ezi-accredited sambe sofuna umsebenzi. Manje sila sizodla amakhekhe lawa nokudla okumnandi sihambe sendlini. Again, angiboni ukuthi niyasebenza ne-GCRA for amathuba omsebenzi. Asisebenze dipha ku-government but i-government isifunda ngama-mistake enwenzayo as ama-official nama-politician because you're not thinking manenza ama-decision because nicabanga ukuthi as long nje hayi you understand no sikhulumela ikusasa ley'ngane zethu not nina kusasa ley'ngane zethu. Sifuna futhi nokubheka i-employment policy yase-department because kuqashwa nje nomuntu obona ukuthi cha akazi lutho nami udinga ukuthi ngimfake isikole aqashe umuntu okhuluma naye akutshele ngeprotocol umbuzo ukuthi le policy yakhona i-amendwa nini. Sikhuluma nge-procurement yase-department is bad. Ungahlala 3 years to 4 years lokuthiwa kusalendela i-process. Ngahlala ngilinde ikit yami from 2022 ngaze ngayithola 2024 of which i-protocol lento yenziwa umuntu omnyama umuntu olapha ngiyabakhumbula abelungu sengathi bengabuya futhi ngendlela abantu abamnyama basihluphekisa ngayo. Niyasihluphekisa abantu abamnyama ngenxa ukuthi nicabangela izisu zenu nama-family yenu. Mase singene lapha e-department sathola abantu abafika noma yili sizathola abantu abeza nomrakane singathola abantu abeza noJovic singathola abantu abeza nombali bangena nje abantu bafakwa nje abasebenzi lo bantu. Ngicela ke niyeke ngama-cater bafethu please stop this nonsense of caters. Nibafake e-department kube ngathi labo bantu bazosebenza bengeza ukusebenza khona manje uma ufika umuntu uzombuza akazi ukuthi ufuna ethini. Ipoint lami lokugcina uThulani ngizokhuluma noThulani ukhona la Thulani honorable Ndlovu uku-infrastructure I don't think ukuthi kuyinkinga ukuthi usisize ngokuthi sithole ama-club house as abantu be-sports. Kunama-building amaningi eGauteng esithiwa hijack ama-Nigeria kodwa thina sinandawo zokusebenzela sinama-office ukhona la. Sifuna ukubona ukuthi lesiso ekhalatho lapha e-department ukuthi uyakwazi ukumholda accountable ngoba uDisebe uyamsaba uMEC uMatumi uyamsaba asikhulume uyamsaba akafuna ukukhuluma ngaye naye nangaye uyamsaba. That is a fact because kufuneka ngabe futhi iphi lokhuzana EFF lehle EFF bafethu. I want to say uJulius Malima udeploy abantu aba useless kule portfolio committee. Yabona ngakudeka kuhamba ushabalala le portfolio committee izobifile bafethu. I'm telling you kwahamba ushabalala because the ANC people they want ba criticize ane bebodwa bazovumelana ukuthi hayi comrade ngoba wena hayi ngeke sisho lutho hayi it's fine but uDA siyabonga babushabalala ngokuthi ukwazi ukumela iqiniso from laba bantu ngoba balifuna iqiniso bakwacabanga ukuthi bona balida ama comrade next time ngizosifuna ama vote mina uzoza nomsebenzi bese ngitshela ukuthi woza ne vote sokuxoxa lapho ngizokhipha nje ngithi bhala ukuthi ungenzeleni bhala phansi bhala ilist ukuthi ungenzeleni angifuni ukudlala nina. Ngiyabonga kakhulu, thank you.
Dumelani abushene halo. Kalibito ke Loazi Kisupil. Let me start by saying this. Please, can I be blunt? And I'm going to be blunt either way. Please don't take offense. I don't mean to attack. One, as young as I am, right, I don't usually do this. I'm 29 years old and in Hlalepegestal. Hlalepegestal, akuna holo. Hosena holo. You can imagine the drugs pandemic. Whether we like it or not, radumela ridumeli. The drugs pandemic, it's one of the pandemics. But let me not be emotional. We have a lot of challenges, namely 5, right? And this is not as a state. This is as the generation that you are ushering into power, if I may say. Because at the end of the day, we will all die. And who we leave behind and what we leave behind matters. And to just say this, the drugs di bolawana waruna, right? And Begersdale doesn't have a hall, it doesn't have a stadium, aina any sports facility. Holo po Nelson Hall, enely responsible for gymnasium my sister yo working. Not basketball alone, kind of boxing, right? Basketball go muraho, and then tennis, volleyball. We don't have those facilities anymore. And I don't mean to be political. I don't mean, but I'm just asking from a perspective of a concerned citizen. Ekai insurance, again, we have an unemployment rate that keeps skyrocketing as sports alone, just sports alone, outside of arts and anything else, just sports alone has proven that it can stimulate a local economy that reflects to what you were saying, my good sir, provincial economy, that reflects again to a national. So I don't want to agree with anyone, no, but my brother, and I honestly don't mean to be personal and political, whatever that is, right? I don't mean to attack, but Alispani. Again, as young as I am, right? Let me just unpack this. You need to review the events locally. That will give me an audacity to go and sell the sweets, whatever that can be sold there, right? That means that this particular team, Lorna, has revenue from that specific event. Can you can you actually try to, at least try to put us first, right? Because of, we are not only doing it for us. This is what, I don't want to say it's a calling, but we enjoy doing this. Even if it takes more than what we make. Because simply because of we know we paid the price personally. We've paid the price. It's a sports facility to go Begersdal. And I'm speaking about Begersdal alone. Not speaking about Simonye or any, no, just Begersdal, right? And again, to touch on what coach said, right? It doesn't start now, say. You know, right? We've had a team in Begersdal, basketball. We've won. I was also a player in basketball. I have my own achievements. The generation that's behind me, I don't think they'll ever say that. It's painful. It's painful. If you don't understand that as officials, I'm asking, why are you there? It's now a merit. It's not, a calling of a leader doesn't need a degree or whatever. It needs your heart to be tender to a point that you would serve your own person. Your own, the person is wrong. Your own people. We need to come to a level as South African citizens, right? To view ourselves from a citizen view, not official, no ethnicity and races. Sports, and I can confidently say this, that sports, I've went against, sorry for the racial bracket, I've went against coloreds, whites and Indians. I've also played cricket, secondary, right? And I can confidently say this, an Indian in cricket will beat you 100%, right? And that's a fact. But senior secondary is not being sponsored. And senior secondary houses more than, houses for longer than 8 hours, or 8 hours, say, right? Bana Bailori, they come from a disadvantaged home. And not all of us are going to be employed in this current economy. So sports, we are asking for help. I'm asking you to give me 10,000 rands to make sure that these 52 children, they attended the game in Zeditlang, where no 3,000 for compliance. I don't know what to say. It's understandable, but it doesn't make logic. Like me, if kikupa ranta, 10 cent for me to give you, for you to give me 1 rand, it's not feasible. You'd rather say, if I want to start a team, here's the process. I'm not going to start a team fail. It's understandable. I agree with the sustainability plan to make sure that that specific team outlives me, right? Because of, at the end of the day, like at this team, because of, I've seen, for me to start a team, we should take that into consideration, that the management of this team solely depends on the vision of this man. And if this man leaves this team, please don't do that. Pertaining to make funding or something, right? I heard the speaker before you say, touched on the make funding. Can we have a detailed answer on how can we help the Rand West local city municipality? We don't want to, we are not attacking. We need to help. This is the only home that I personally have. And so if I or if I'm not going to be actively and intentional in fixing, what are we doing? Thank you. Let me just.
Good morning, good afternoon, I think, honorable members. For the very first time, Chair, I'm going to contradict my chairperson from the club where I come from. My name is Ernest Mugigangwa. I hardly ever run, but I belong to Malvern Athletics Club. So I want to say to my chairperson, we remain the children of Oliver Tambo. Even those who are putting pressure from other political parties, they remain children of Oliver Tambo. Thank you. And thanks for convening this meeting, Chair. And I must say, one has noted that from time to time you are found amongst the masses of our people. I think 2 months ago or a month ago, I saw in one of the football tournaments in the Val. By default, I was in the Val. And we thank you for that. That brings some sense of hope to us, the downtrodden. I never meant to speak today, but I think I was provoked by what Mr. Lombard had presented from Gauteng Sports Federation. And without necessarily creating any dialogue with him, my recommendation would be the portfolio committee. You need to subpoena the Gauteng Sports Confederation, because I believe there are issues pertaining to Soweto Marathon. They are being economic with the truth. It's either Lombard is part of the faction that wants to hijack an iconic race called Soweto Marathon. A race that has got a potential to surpass bigger races such as the New York Marathon, Boston Marathon, etc. I'm putting it to you, Chief, that on the 12th of this month, which I think it was on Tuesday or Wednesday, I'll miss these dates because I'm unemployed, so I'm part of that 62%. I don't have dates, time to go to work. I'm saying to you, the Soweto Marathon Trust, they've issued a statement that the marathon will not go ahead as custodians of that marathon. So it's either you are on that side or something is amiss. And I want to tell you, Chair, that you would know that there's what we call construction mafias. I want to say to you today, in South Africa, there's what we call sports, arts and culture mafias. And those mafias are those that are leading these federations. And we cannot sit here and listen to Lombard talking about compliance and all of that when they themselves cannot comply, when they cannot call each other to order. Lombard comes boldly here and talks about 2% VAT hike. That is nonsensical, Chief. We are unemployed, we don't have money. But let me tell you why sport in this country is underfunded. I'll tell you, I'm putting it to you. Corporate world is quite tight-fisted today because of maladministration. You spoke about the offices that you guys have there for administrators, athletes, and clubs. The best advice that I want to give you, as it is a matter of public knowledge, you must encourage the president of Athletics South Africa, James Mulwe, instead of spending athletes' money using credit cards at taverns, pretending to be having meetings. You must say, hey, Chief, come. We have offices there, have meetings there. I'm sure you would know that scandal, Chair, that there's a bad tendency of athletics administrators to steal money. It's not a secret, it's there. And lastly, on the issue of Soweto Marathon, one of the founders of Soweto Marathon, to this day, if you want, Chair, there's technical capacity, we can play that documentary where he speaks about where Soweto Marathon comes from, what is the quagmire currently. So I'm putting it to you, Lombard, that you are lying. And I know why you are lying. More often, athletes do not occupy the space and be part of these meetings. But moving forward, we are going to be part of these meetings. I may not agree with Mackenzie on number of issues, but this budget cut, it is imperative because you guys are running amok and eating money meant for athletes. You spoke about an event that you are going to have that will be on ETV Prime Media platform. And you know currently in South Africa, Athletics South Africa has got a contract with MultiChoice and or SuperSport if you like. So when you come here, do not be excited by this audience. Because part of the reason why there's a fallout between Soweto Marathon and Athletics South Africa is precisely because of TV rights. Athletics South Africa preferred MultiChoice and Soweto Marathon Trust preferred the public broadcaster. And why did ASA prefer the MultiChoice? It's because of the money that they get. For an example, to broadcast Comrades Marathon, they receive 11 million. And Minister asked them, Gote, is this 11 million only meant for you guys or you share it with athletes? And the answer was no, it is for Athletics South Africa. There's something wrong with that. Chairperson, there were 2 marathons that happened, city to city and Soweto Marathon. And I think also, at least Lombard alluded to the fact that funding becomes an issue. But I can tell you, because Agerato Seba Nache, the other time myself and Brian Dombel, we went to O's Pila Sanders' office to say, as public, we have a duty and responsibility to hold you guys accountable. Where are the reports of Soweto Marathon and city to city? Because the money spent there, those are taxpayers' money. I'm saying it in her presence, and I'm glad she will respond to that. To this day, we have not received that report. And maybe one of my recommendations as the legislature that provides oversight to the department, maybe you have a duty to ask from the department to submit those reports. Because failure to do that, that's why we would always have these problems, because they are perpetuated by officials, they are clapping together with these people who are organizing these things. A few other I think I've got 1 or 2 issues that I need to raise. Maybe it will be the last issue. Chair, you know, post-democratic dispensation, we have not really seen much of improvement in as far as athletics is concerned, for the same reasons that I've cited in my presentation. And I wish to concur with the guy where basketball. Today in South Africa, we've always have the haves and the have-nots. And most times when you see these athletes with buses, hey, Abu Akani Simbin and all of that, it is not because of efforts from different departments, no. It is because they are either from family backgrounds which are classified as the haves, and they can afford best schools for them. And when they get into those best schools, they're like in a sausage machine. Those schools take responsibility to make them better athletes to compete international. It is a fact. And we are saying to the department, the key department for sports development would be your school sports directorate, if the research. Colleagues will correct me. Because that's where we need to invest more money for grassroots development. Countries such as America, they get them when they are young. You can imagine a Nyaupe smoking person starting to play tennis at the age of 18 when Serena started at the age of 5. It doesn't make sense. There's no logic in that. So it means they need to re-strategize. They need to rethink their strategy in as far as investment, because that's where it starts. Notwithstanding that even community sport needs more budget. But also what is important, which Melrose had highlighted. Melrose, if lottery cannot if lottery cannot give sports federations money, why would lottery, how is it possible that lottery will give to these clubs, you know? So I think the approach moving forward ought to be, let's capacitate our clubs. You would know that during the Mutwarateu's time, your Rakabele's time, your CBC's time, your Temani's times, there were no bottlenecks, administrative bottlenecks, where people had to subject themselves to illegitimate leadership that is stealing from the masses of our people. But they used to excel. So we need to go back to basics and say, how best can we make these people to excel? I'm putting it to you in conclusion that more often when we go and watch these young kids as young as 5 years, when they run, most of them, they outrun their white counterparts who've got running shoes, etc. at that age. But in our hearts of hearts, we know 5 years, 10 years down the line, those kids are not going to go anywhere. But we know this one, definitely, because of systems that are in place, they are not relying in government. It's only us that is who rely in government. I thank you.
Sanbonan, how are you? With all due respect, I'd like to greet the leadership and also greet the leadership this side, great leadership, actually greet everyone who is a leader here. Basically, we are all leaders here, and I acknowledge you. Firstly, I would like to start with the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture on regards to the women's team. I'm Tabang Masero from Begestal. We have a team called Begestal Victory. It's a women's team. We acknowledge that the Department of Sports, they did provide transport for us. And also today they are providing equipments, Chair, for our teams. We really acknowledge it a lot. Secondly, I'm a sports secretary, a volunteering sports secretary for Western Area Primary Schools since 2023. I've been volunteering under Mr. Makafula. So since my presence, I've been organizing an event for all Western Area Primary Schools. The availability of the event, we've managed to provide the resources for all the schools. We've managed to provide the kids, we've managed to provide the balls, and whatsoever. Then the second year, 2024, I was aware that in Western Area, we didn't have women's football from our schools. I had to initiate the women's football and organize the stakeholders that are gonna be able to provide the resources, provide the kits for the schools. And last year they did provide the kits for our women's football. And it was interesting and nicely because it was something that wasn't there. So again, this year, we are still implementing our event, a family day event, but this time around it's gonna happen on the 25th of October, in which I've managed to get some other stakeholders. They will provide the soccer boots and the tickets for women's football and men's football and also netball. So now I just want to get into the topic straight away. Yeah, now I'm done with the primary schools. Now I'm moving to something that I'm doing again on the other side. On the other side, I'm also an initiator of a league that it's called Employees Champions League, in which that league, it participates of the employees from Rand West Municipality, from Isitkalo teachers, from police services. So what I'm trying to emphasize out of all is that my interest, leadership, is to implement the things that were never there to be there and make sure and do by all means that we do organize the stakeholders that will be able to provide the resources for our events, you see. So the league is being running nicely now. Everything is going awesome. But the sad part about this entire thing, when coming to schools, I'm responsible to organize all the stakeholders out of my pocket. When coming to schools, I'm volunteering willingly under Mr. Makafula, who is a sports coordinator for Western Area Primary Schools. I'm struggling now with just a PC to type the proposals, the letters to submit, so I can organize for our participants. And again, we were looking forward. Actually, we are not looking forward. This is what we want to implement. We're gonna implement the sports athletics for our entire community. Basically, that one we will do it for community through wards, in which my aim is to make sure that all the activities that were not alive, we must bring them to life. And also looking forward, at least by next year, we should also be implementing Amalik wa athletics, like 100 meters, long jumps, because we are coming through a lot. We are going through a lot, especially when coming to exposure to professionalism. Why? Our participants, our learners from schools, they only compete when it's time for competitions. But throughout the year, they are not doing anything. But when it's competitions, that's where you see the schools recruiting the learners. Come, those who can run 100 meters, those who are doing long jumps. So we are trying by all means to avoid that, to have our own league that will run throughout the year, so that the competition is well prepared. I believe these are some other things still they're a challenge when comparing public schools and private schools. Private schools, banally, the activities still running by the years throughout the day. They don't just wait for the competitions, then they recruit. But so now, through you, Chen, through you, I'd like to ask, especially Gauteng Sports Confederation, and also COSCAS, and also Department of Sports. This is a young man who's standing here, who's doing all these entire activities, Ali one. Please, I'm selling myself. Take me, utilize me. Let me implement those events on your behalf, if you are failing. If you want other stakeholders, sponsors that will be able to provide for all the teams found, we can also be able to influence and encourage those stakeholders to partake. Because one of the things that I've been doing, Chair, by the school of Ipileng Primary Schools, and I was also requested even the other schools in which it was Zerebecom Primary Schools. They didn't have a coach, and they also didn't have a women's team. I had to go by the school Ipileng and recruit my players, and also I had to go out and recruit a coach that will be able to coach them. Then I had to pay that particular person from my own pocket. So these are one of the things that can help us hurry on whatever the activities, on whatever the sports activities still radiates. We should be hiring people. This is a business. We are sitting on the business here. This is a business. And I still don't understand, Uguti, why do we have our league as Ranayo, but those leagues, they cannot generate money themselves? How come? The teams from Europe, the teams from wherever, from the development level, the players are getting paid. And there is a way that they generate money. But us here in South Africa, we can't. Why? I can't say it, because someone will take it and make it his. That plan will make it his. So most of the things, I don't want to emphasize them here, because I know people, they take the plans and make it theirs. Like the events that we've been doing for schools. I've managed to talk to Chairperson Thiri Mukwena. Thiri Mukwena referred me to Mr. Bobo. Bobo is working with schools. Ne? But the problem is that these people, when they are there by the front, they are expressing themselves. It's like all the things that they've been happening, it's them. We now, because we're not working and we've been doing the entire thing, because as konuk vele laguma meeting and serious things, siyalimala. But when they appear, it's like all the events, it's them who are doing all these events. We are being challenged. So please, I'm begging you, if you are able, take this child that who's standing here, who's talking, and use him. We can be able to achieve a lot, and we can also be able to provide for all the teams what they need. Thank you so much.
Sanbonan, ngibingelele kwi-leadership portfolio committee sports, ngibingelele kwi-department, ngibingelele kwi-federation. Federation, mina nginombuzo or noma nginesicelo. So ukuthi maybe as i-federation maybe ayikwazi ukucontrola lama sporting bodies akhona eGauteng. Uma ubheka nje kwi-basketball, kukhona o-JBA, kukhona o-EBA, and bese kuba khona lama league okuthiwa o-Italy's League. Uma uthi ufuna ukuyodlala kwi-Italy's League, last year besidlala kwi-Italy's League, but i-affiliation yakhona it was much better. But uma ubheka this year, umntwana fanele khokhe 450 per player. Uyithatha leyo mali. Ngaleso sikhathi mina ngina 50 players kwi-basketball. Uzayithatha 22,000. Since esports and recreation benza i-grant in aid ka 150,000. And the 150,000 nayo ongayitholi engakaze futhi itholakale. But it's a maximum. But i-maximum yabo angikholwa ukuthi sebefikile ku 100,000 per organization. But bathi baxhasa up to 150,000. But ayikaze idlule even ku 100,000 even 1 year. Then we basketball siyasokola. Ngicela ukuthi maybe i-federation I control these people. Because these people, they charge as they wish. Even in sports, go to South Football Association, go to East, go to Mayfair. All these people, they belong to SAFA, but their prices, affiliation is terrible. If you go to South, you'll find that for only under 15, you have to pay 6,000. When you go to Mayfair, maybe you pay 1,000 rand, because the standard of sport on that side, it is weak, or it's not even there. But as a federation, you are just watching. It is nice. I think, brother Luana Gateti, up to now, asenayo structure se basketball in Gauteng. Maybe they are benefiting out of this thing. It is true. Because finally, ni push ukuthi kube khona structure. We know ukuthi kube khona interim structure. Where's the interim structure? Ayizange yenze next nothing up to today. Today as we speak, ngidlala ku-EBA, ngiku-EBA, ngise Huntersfield today. 2 taxis every Saturday. Where do you get that money? My under 16 and my under 18, they're playing at Huntersfield. My under 13, my under 14, my under 15, my under 17, they are playing at Cecil Park Stadium, at the Rudeport. Where do we get that money? My netball team is playing here at Taffontein. Where do they get that money? Where do we get that money? Not because the sports are Sazami. Kukhona la izama khona, yes, ngamabhola, siyabonga. So atholile amabhola basketball, sitholile volleyball, so atholile ama tennis balls, sitholile soccer balls, but now ama netball balls. But thank you. So siyacela ukuthi federation assist. I wish with the federation maybe from today onwards talk to these bodies. But stop with that thing about referee. Paying the referees is so costly. Ngidlala Cecil Pen today. Ngizokhokha 750 for 4 games. Where do I get that money? Every day when you play. Today I'm playing at Cecil Pen. Next week I'm playing at Kensington. 1,500 is gone for 2 matches, for 2 games. Where do we get that money? Department, can you pay the referees? Can you talk to the structure of referees in SAFA to pay for it so that we don't pay for it? Can you do that for us? Because it's expensive. You don't pay for the referees to go and do courses. Us as an organization, we pay for them. You don't pay for them, we pay for them. At the end, we have to pay for those games. Please assist. Then ogunye indaba yenakhosana ye basketball. I hope you will also talk to those bodies, EBA, JBA. Please, let us register players. These teams are stealing our players. Register them. There must be a database like my SAFA. In soccer, you cannot steal my player because you will need a clearance from me. In basketball, tomorrow I will talk to my brother here to say, Ish, I need that player. Then my player is gone. Our team last year, we have 2 boys from our team who represented Gauteng in Durban, under 16. We have 1 girl, under 18, who represented Gauteng last year, under 18. That means we are doing something that is good for our community. That is good for our province, actually. But no funding. Currently, I was with Vivian, I think Monday or Tuesday. For sure, he told you that as JWSA, we managed to secure a facility. It's got 5 courts. It's got a clubhouse. We've been fighting for it for almost 2016, asking the city to give us that dilapidated facility so that we can be able to renovate it and be a sport facility, of which we did. We got 5 courts, basketball 5, netball 5. We also introduced volleyball. We also introduced tennis. It is in Malvern. You can go there tomorrow, you'll find it. Because we mean business. Because we want to eradicate the social ills that are in our community. Sports, take it serious. If we want to eradicate social ills in our province, assist these sport people. Because these sport people, they've got that thing that a triangle communication, whereby you have a parent, whereby you have a coach, whereby you have a player or you have a teacher. If these people are communicating all together, you will see those childs that you are going to produce. Because these kids, they listen to their coaches. They cannot listen to you as a parent, but they listen to these coaches. So if we can work together, parents, coaches, and the teachers, we can eradicate these social ills that are in our community. But it's up to you, the portfolio committee. It's up to you, the sport department, whether you want these kids to behave the way they behave or you want these kids to change. If you want them to change, assist these people. Thank you.
Ek groet julle almal in die wonderlike naam van ons liewe Jesus. Greetings to you all. Ons het seker die meeting verkeerd begin. All protocol observed. We are here with one common goal. And I think we lack one important aspect, which is communication. In most cases, whatever we need to do, there's no proper communication going through, whereby all sporting codes, sporting facilities are being monitored, being updated, or feedback being given, and doing what we need to do to excel the development of sports. I need to be part of the change that we want to see. We've spoken a lot of things today about our ills, our social ills and whatever, but we won't get there if we're not doing something about it. Key barriers, verification whatsoever. They are non-existent federations. What do we do in those cases? What is the department doing to monitor if they are getting reports from all of those federations? How will talent then be sourced if there are no facilities in certain areas? We would want to say what we want to say. Segregation is there, and we're turning a blind eye on a lot of things. I'm coming from Tukomsras. We've had a stadium which we played at for over 18 or 19 years. The stadium is out of use. I remember Blackpool wanted their stadium, Cosmos wanted their stadium, they had to go to Mutlakeng. And that was one of the best stadiums we had around. But what is the department doing to follow up and to ask and to inquire what is going on? Why is there no development? Most of our South African champions of boxing are coming from Tukomsras. Since our gym was sold, there was no follow-up, there was nothing done. A lot of people came. Our MEC, Chovicho as well, came in, came out, went out. There were a lot of promises made. We are going back. As one of the latest speakers said, I hope this is not just another talk show. Because we'll be here, we'll be sharing, we'll be giving information, we'll be giving our challenges, but how far are we going to go after this? I think communication, information sharing is one of the things that we lack. The non-existence of sports federations needs to be addressed. Monitoring of talent and nurturing thereof should also be given priority, because there are areas which will never be seen because they are not on the map, because there are no facilities, there are no resources. Coming to our department, what resources do you supply to, for instance, our sports hubs? How long do the service providers take to deliver those sports equipment? How is that being monitored to see that the people who deserve those resources get them? I speak because last year there was a tournament in one of the rural areas that we participated in. Under 17, there was netball, there was 3 sporting codes. The netball never received the prizes that were promised. The soccer, the under 17 team that played, fortunately, by the grace of God, my team won the under 17 tournament. But currently, my under 11 is playing with that kid. I may just be picking something from out of nowhere, but I get the feeling, and I'm speaking under correction, I get the feeling that resources, equipment and stuff are lying somewhere in somebody's office. Whenever it's time to do stock taking, then people will now want to get rid of those equipment because they're waiting for new equipment. That is why even the certificates that I received had the name of the previous MEC of Sport, Honorable Mazibuko. And how long has he been out of this department? There's a new MEC of sports, but still the previous ones' certificates were there. Why were they not handed out in that financial year? And that is unfortunately what we're sitting with. What pressure is the legislature putting on our local councils because of the dilapidated facilities that we are sitting with? We know about our IDPs and stuff. Whatever we raise in those IDPs, it's also just some of the things that we say, they're taking it for stats. Somehow, somewhere, we are only asking now in this regard to say that please do the monitoring and evaluations to see if those people are coming to the parties. Because they'll be giving stats. We supply stats. But what are we getting in return? Promises. People will only stop marginalizing us there at ground roots, grassroots, as soon as they have pressure from up there. But if they don't get pressure from up there, there's nothing they'll do. They'll just write, this end of the month here, we've got to submit states. And it's unfortunate that the kids are suffering. The people that we are representing are suffering. So our plea today would be, as we are gathered there, here, I think we're not here just to come and have water in those lunch bags. We want to see change, and we want to be part of the change. So that is why some of us came here to say that the change that we want to see, we want to be part of the change. We want to give possible solutions. Listen to us and think about it and make sense out of it. Because it seems like in other offices there are people who are incompetent who are sitting there. And still, there are budgets, they are out. Even though money's been taken back to treasury and stuff like that, that's not for us. That's for whoever. Let them have their conscience and let their conscience bother them. Let us get a database whereby there's a criteria set out for all clubs whereby they submit everything. Whenever you come and you request for equipment and stuff, and then you go to that database and you look at the stats, and we're talking about the precise stats, not just stats that have been taken out of nowhere. Because we can forge, we can fraud everything. Let people do their job. Let them go out, let them check what's going on. And if I submit stats, let that be a true reflection of what I was doing. And when I request something, don't give me old stuff that's been in the storeroom when you're doing cleanup in the storeroom and then you want to take out the stuff and say, let him keep quiet. That's not what it's about. We are demoralizing our kids. We are killing sports. Let us start doing our part. We can only request and say we plead with the legislature to say that put pressure on the people underneath you. I'm 100% sure, everybody who's here, like the gentleman said, from every village, we are having those challenges. And that is why I'm saying some of the federations are non-existent. But then if I'm in charge of the federations and I'm not doing follow-ups, I'm not monitoring, how will I know what stats am I giving to the legislature or to the upper body? It simply means that I'm also not doing my job. What do I need to do? I need to put pressure on them so that they must give me proper stats. So when they come and they request, I give them whatever they need to do, they need to get. Because I'm not being monitored, so be it. Workshops and hosting of events. I haven't personally, maybe I'm speaking under correction, maybe other people from Rand West as well, and Kagiso and that, maybe you have had workshops from the departments as was mentioned earlier on, whereby people were informed of this is what we are planning to do, this is our goals, this is our objectives. Some of us don't know what's going on. You'll hear in the grapevine, hey, there's a workshop there, there's a workshop there, and you hear on the eve. Proper communication, time is communication, will assist us quite a great deal. On the other side, we request equipment. 2 years go by, there's no equipment. Then you hear the equipment has arrived. And then when you inquire, now it was only this, it was only this. So where did the equipment go to? No, we had a problem with the service providers. They didn't deliver on time. What are you doing to see that the deliveries are done on time? We won't blame the guys down there because they need to report to the guys up there, and the guys up there need to do their job. They also need to find out what is going on. We are delaying sports. We are delaying development. We are increasing the social ills that we are sitting with. We can do only as much. And if we then at the end of the day, do due diligence to the processes. Why can't things just be easier going up? Because that is what we're getting from up there, to say that you need to do this. This is the criteria. And there's too much red tape when coming to a lot of things. More especially when you apply for grants and stuff. I agree with what a lot of the earlier, the latter speakers said. There's always red tape when you apply for grants and for stuff. But then at the end of the day, how can things then be made possible for the people down there? These workshops will definitely help to say that, guys, this is the process that you need to follow. And that's the only way whereby we will be part of the solution of the problems that we're sitting with. I thank you.
Yes, he was. No, they did not raise their hands.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and good afternoon to all the leaders here. I'm specifically Tubazana from Davidson, and I'm representing Davidson Regional Club, Rugby Club. So today I would like to talk to you about our concern. Firstly, as Sladi Rapitin, Asna infrastructure. We don't have fields at Davidson. We don't have anything about Irapi. We have tried ukuluma local municipality for what is loan a ground next to Easting, but then they refused due to whatever reasons they have, right? We coach under 15, under 18, and under 18 girls and boys. So currently, guys, in this facing scenario is the issue of transportation. Our players can't afford ukuya kuma trials or play kuma tournaments angaphandle because we lack imali or funding and transportation. Secondly, as we've tried ukuvula a club for women's under 18, under 15, under 16, but then we can't afford ukuba host because parents are scared. Where esijimela khona infrastructure yakhona is bad. Kokuqala we are gymming esikolweni. Just need a little field abasiphe yona. And we can't afford ukujima lapho any longer because some of us or some of the players are playing with barefoot, and that land is totally fucked up. Excuse for the language, but for sports esidlalayo or for sports esicoachayo, that field we are currently using ayikho acceptable. If I can take off my shirt or my hoodie now, I can show you all my scars I have had. Good training, never mind immerse. How about the under 9s, the under 10s, the under 15? Ropa inborn. So guys, as a department, as our leaders of sports and culture, we are kindly helping you, asking you to help us. And hey guys, a passion for rugby in cool. It's way too much, and manje, I'm feeling that whatever SCNs as a Davidson region, it's countless. Because firstly, I was recognized as a Davidson. Secondly, they act as if as existing. In terms of focus, ball. Baller this, baller that, baller this, baller that. How about the young players who are interested in playing rugby? How about those future Siakolisi's, Cheslin Colby? Labo bantu bawanikwe opportunity ukuthi badlale because as now we have tried ukuhlanganisa ama sponsors but as cone because as now man we are only 4 of us who are currently leading at Davidson Regional, and most of us, not most, all of us are young. Akekho umuntu omdala who are above 30 or above 40 also represents thina as Davidson. So please, njengomuntu omncane omephambi kwenu, ngicela assist from kini. Leaders, siyacela akukho okuningi engingakusho than ukuthi ngipresente ini ikhalo zethu. And currently we are complaining. Kukumanje we have a player ekumele eyodlala for team counting. That player can't afford ukuya kuma trainings because akanayo imali for a transport. We have our trials for Isonchin. We can't afford to go there because we don't have money for transport. Currently, our under 15 are playing at Brandwag. We had to come out from all the coaches. Skip Mali to remember Potin for Bonutibazodlal. How long medicines learn to lay while currently we are unemployed? We are coaching our primaries more than 3, but in those primaries we are equal unemployed. We have our high schools, same Nakon, we are not employed. And as a missionary to Tini, let us introduce IRAP to my local communities. Because IRAP are equal my local communities. We have tried many times, but every day we are facing new challenges. So I'm pleading again. Let us as it Davidson. Because we are struggling, guys. We have only kit one kit that surrounds all the age groups and both genders. Hygiene. Hygiene. So how long are we supposed to go with this? So phila kanjani? Angcono siye whatever esiyenzayo because asina support. Support asinayo. Angeke size ngime la ngumfana omncane and pretend ukuthi hayi igovernment yasibhekela yonke into sharp. No, that's a lie. Completely a lie. Ayikho. So still kule passion esinayo as abo coaches. Yonke leminyaka siloko sebenza throughout these years we've been working very hard ukubeka ama players wethu la khona currently, but asikhoni guys. So today ngimela as Davidson umuntu represent Davidson region uthi guys please department sanicela guys, we have tried. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Madam Chairperson, good afternoon to you. Nakali Bitsoke Sophie Dlamini. I'm a former basketball player. I played the higher stages. I played the All Africa Games. I played the World Student Games. You name them. I started playing from '93. Look, I have a degree in sports management. And to be honest with you, I would love to applaud and be grateful to the two structures and departments. You know why? My director was Mr. Chagagurukamp. I don't know if you know Mr. Chagagurukamp, Tshwane Sports Council. I'm still with him even today. Because as I stand here, I'm a proud product of Mr. Chagagurukamp. I'm from Pretoria Tech, the old Pretoria Tech, TUT. So that guy, he made sure that I'm here today. And I'm the chairperson of ASREC, which is Archivos Sports and Recreation Council. We were elected in 2020. Now I've been elected again for the second term. You know why, Madam Chair? It's because these two structures, they make sure that I'm here. I was a product of, USASA. I'm a product of USASA. And I'm a product of the World Student Games. And I'm proud to say, you gave me bread. I mean, I come from a very, very disadvantaged background. And through sports, through playing basketball, I'm here. Through playing basketball, I have a degree in sports management. But through playing sports, I've never been employed by whether the two departments, because we had hope of saying, go and play sports and do sports management, you'll get a job. Hell no, we didn't. But you know, I didn't lose hope, because I had people like Mr. Chagagurukamp, who made sure that, Sophie, do this, do that, even today. So I'm going to applaud them. It's just that they have to go back to the drawing board. They must just go back to a drawing board. You did something good with a person like me. You took me out of poverty. Even though, listen, I'm still in poverty because I'm 46, I'm not employed. But can I tell you something? Through ASREC, through the local sports council, I've now registered my own company called Araba Baling Moho. I remember when I was registering this company, I said to me, Chuck, I need to do something. He said, register your own company. I said, but I don't know what to call it. Then I had to sit down and think, I'm dealing with foundations. Yes, we have foundation sports. We run athletics. We call it Athletics Springano. We do a literacy program called Ejabuga. July the 18th, we make sure that we ask for donation of books. Right now, we're in partnership with SPA. I was in a meeting yesterday with SPA. We just partner because there's no funds. We only had funds in 2020 from Tshwane Sports Council. That was it. And to be honest with you, I cannot be a chairperson and a secretary and a this and that. Oh, my goodness, I can't do all. I'm a coach. I coach basketball. Even now, I was robbed to come here. My girls, I had to take my girls to do table because I believe that I cannot only be a player. My girls must be players, do table official, do reffing, because at the end of the day, you get injuries. What's going to happen with you? So, but then I'm going to say through sports, yes, I made it, but go back to your drawing board. Something is not right. People are complaining and crying. This, I'm not going to say even this child, because what he said to me is mainly enough to stand in front of you. I was chickening just sitting there because I had to face the two. Look, I met Mr. Barry Hendricks. He said to me, I want you to do women in sports. I said, yo, Mr. Barry Hendricks, I'm thinking about it. And even Mr. Chaka Krugam said, Sophie, what about women in sports? I said, Mr. Krugam, I still have to think about it. But I know. You've seen me. I've been with you all along in the women in sports dialogues and stuff. And let me tell you the truth. The dialogues, they don't work for us. Because we sit there, we listen to those stars. But what about what these women go through? Because they go through a lot. There's no funds, there's no money, there's nothing, there's no employment, but sports is a business. That's why today I'm saying to the Department of Sports and Culture, I'm no longer going to apply in your posts. Yesterday I had to drop the Nazi Spani with a degree, EPWP with a degree. It's an insult. I said to my mother, you know what, it's the last time. I'm not going to do it. I've registered my own company. So meaning in the near future, you'll be coming to me saying, Sophie, I mean, we heard you have kids from foundation. Listen, sports, I've started from foundation. We've got ASREC. Let me tell you, ASREC, we've got basketball. We've got soccer. We've got netball. We've got softball. They've got base 5. I've got smart goggles. The smart goggles, they go out there to schools to do development. We run the foundation phase sports activities. You have Mr. Kenny Ramuyadi. I work with him. He does recreational. I do sports. You can ask him every year. I do sports. Now we've got more than 1,000 private crèches, even the ECDs. We're dealing with them. We're doing sports. We're providing sports. Even now, we're just having invitations for this and that. But what we do is to make sure that whether it's our 9 or 10 sporting codes, martial arts, you name them. Right now, we gained dance sports. We never had dance sports, but we have dance sports. We also have foundations joining us. Now, SPA is proud to say, we want to partner with you. Because you know what? You talked about the Wednesday leagues. Come on, just come to ASREC. Let us help you. We've got coaches, the best coaches. And we've been talking to Mr. Schomozo. I'm sick and tired of going to the Department of Education. We had to sit with Mr. Schomozo and sit with whoever from sports representative to say, listen, as ASREC, what we need is a letter to go into schools because we've got the best coaches to go and coach. Yes, we've got foundation phase. Are we happy to see our coaches running around jobless? Are we happy to see our stars going down drinking and being alcoholics? I'm sick and tired. We had Mr. Lucas Muripe. I'm very happy I met Mr. Lucas Muripe, but I'm not happy. Let me tell the truth. Go to Lucas Muripe Stadium. It's a mess. It is a mess, and it's an international stadium. It's a mess. As a chairperson, I can't be walking around the street. The next person is complaining about Lucas Muripe. I'm not municipality. I'm just a chairperson, and I'm a volunteer. But let me tell you the truth. I'm growing very tired. carrying you departments, I'm growing very tired because the local sports council, we do everything for you, everything. But when they get there, nobody recognizes the local sports council. Nobody recognizes these guys because they don't exist. But they do everything. They go to schools. They get those kids from 4, 5. Then they build, they mold them into what you get, into what Sasquatch get as best. But you know who started that? Those coaches, my coaches. Yes, I'm proud to say my coaches because I go to meetings Monday to Sunday. Even Sundays I go to meetings for ASREC. 3 times, 4 times. You know why? Because I'm partnering. I'm partnering with hawkers. You know why I'm partnering with hawkers? Because we are sick and tired of having Lucas Muripe, people coming from Joburg to sell. No, I'm partnering with hawkers. Why are we partnering with hawkers? Because hawkers, we need our small businesses to sell at Lucas Muripe. And get Lucas Muripe is making money. Now our hawkers, they must make money. We have our goggles who just sell cuckoos and stuff, but we need those cuckoos to come from Attishville, not as a person from Joburg to come and sell because Sundowns is playing, because there's an international game playing there. No, enough is enough. Now, at the end of the day, as I'm closing in, I'm going to be honest. I'm not going to come back to these meetings again. My chairperson, we were at one of the meetings in Attishville where I don't remember the name of the lady, but it's one of your office. She said to us, we have to make a petition, né? So that at the end of the day, all our sporting codes must send a petition and we have to submit to your office because we are complaining about facilities. We are complaining and everybody here is complaining about facilities. But you know what I like? I once worked at Alta Sports, whereby we don't care if there's facilities. We just play anyway. Because at the end of the day, when that child plays sports, all is well. We had kids coming hungry or whatever, but when they play sports, all is well. So I mean, what I'm saying is that at the end of the day, let's go sit down. Let's sit down in our offices.
Thank you very much for your inputs, this serious discussions, and what we heard, the stories here are honestly heartbreaking. But what we'll do, I will give my fellow honorable members, before I can give the Confederation and the department to make their inputs or way forward, but I'll give honorable members with me. Honorable Shabalala.
No, thank you, Chair. Maybe I would not maybe pose anything to the department because we always interact with them. But emanating from challenges expressed, maybe to get an understanding from the Gauteng Sport Federation as to what is it that they're doing in terms of helping their stakeholders. I mean, a number of challenges have been raised, facilities, lack of support, and how kids from the townships are not getting same opportunities as kids from suburban areas. And also the secretary has indicated that they are receiving just under 3 million on the grant. Just wanted to check, of that 3 million, how much is spent on leasing your offices, how much is spent on salaries, and then how much is given to clubs for support in terms of different sporting codes. And also stakeholders are saying these talk shops are not helping in any way. But I think in your presentation you indicated that there's an indaba that you are planning. Your stakeholders are saying no to these talk shops, but then why are you are you planning in the bus? What is it that you're hoping to achieve with regards to that? Why can't you take that money and support clubs? Also with regards to supporting clubs, especially in terms of equipment and attires, you are saying you're only supporting teams that are participating in leagues. But I think grassroots development of sports should not only be limited to those who can, participate in leagues. There are a number of kids that are participating in sports, but are not in your structured leagues. What are we saying about them? And also, you're saying you're offering support, but your stakeholders saying they cannot even have transport to participate in provincial games. I think Chair, that would be. And also, lastly, maybe, I'm assuming as a confederation, you are supposed to be looking after the interest of your stakeholders by engaging the department to say, the department, these are the challenges that we are facing in relation to attires, equipment, facilities. Are you engaging the department? What is the department saying? And then also with regards to funds, are you only receiving funds from government, or are there private sector that is contributing? And also, how are you accounting for those funds? Thank you. Because you only spoke of funds from the department, from the grant. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I thought Shabalala will start by explaining, because sometimes we come to these meetings, and when we don't explain these things, they live with us. We go and live with them at home. It becomes a bit problematic. That one, the state has 3 arms. There is a legislature, there is executive, there is judiciary. We all do 3 different things. Our duty as this committee is to do oversight over the department. So I think that is where we must start. Number 2, I hear there is a serious cry about these meetings not bearing fruit. It's a very serious cry. For those that we have spent time with, even in the last term, people always complain about why do we call these meetings. And the explanation will always be the same. There is no way we can engage with you as the legislature without calling this meeting. That's the point number 1. Otherwise, we'll just take the report that the department gives us, take it to the House, and read it to the House, and the House says adopted. And then you come and say, no, but you never asked us about these things. So these engagements will continue, because that is what you elected us for. So whether Tulani will come in the next one, it's something else, because we sometimes I might be emotional today because the issues are affecting me directly, but in the other sector, they are delivering for me. You can hear the people. Others are saying we do deliver equipment, but it's not enough if there is no transport. We do get equipment, but it's not enough when we don't have a space or a venue where we are going to use that equipment. When we don't have a place to train, why are we getting a kit? Where are we going to use it? But I want to clarify that as legislature, it is part of our duty that when the department says we are giving support to clubs, for us to confirm, we must call you. Maybe we'll cancel water and food packs next time, because maybe they also make people angry. Maybe they also make people angry to say it looks as if government calls us to come and eat and leave. but we are not the implementing part of government. That must always be central. So if you are saying our food is not wanted, we'll appreciate, we'll understand. Maybe we'll do a roadshow with that budget and say to the department, come and talk to your people and explain just the process of applying for grants. Because sometimes you just issue an advert and our people call it red tapes, where there are issues that are frustrating them, and they'll always be there. But if colleagues, our stakeholders say, no, these lunches and waters are no longer relevant for us, maybe we can try and reprioritize the budget, because the legislature believes that when we call you, you must have water and you must eat, and it might not be making you happy because of the issues that we are dealing with. But then you must separate us from the department. We are not one entity. The department is the implementer, headed by MEC Matume Chilwan and his officials, and we are legislature, which is non-partisan, Brian. The legislature is non-partisan. We have ANC, EFF, MK, and all parties. And I'm not going to be speaking politics here. Brian knows where me and him, we speak politics. So to come in here and insult organizations that they are sending useless people, we are going to show the ANC next year, it's not relevant for these stakeholders. These stakeholders' relevance is about their future and how we, as the portfolio committee, can push the department to deliver. That is the first reason why we are here. And that is the reason why we called you here. And we will continue calling you for as long as the department is accountable to us. We must call you because they account to us. We are representing you. We are voted by you, not the department. So whatever that is happening, we must always update you. It's part of why we exist. We can't just take reports to the House and think we are reporting. We must always call you and engage on issues. So that is going to happen and we can't stop it. Whether the department delivers or not deliver will only be told by you in these kind of gatherings. So we'll continue calling the gatherings, colleagues. But I do see that the food issue and the water, maybe we'll reprioritize. Next time when we call them, we won't bring these things and try and shorten maybe our meetings, but take this budget somewhere. Maybe next time call a road show in Azadville or in Beckersdale and call the department to go there and explain to the people of Beckersdale what are issues. Why does Beckersdale doesn't have even one sports facility, at least where people can come and use it. So I thought I must explain that. And it is within our constitutional mandate that we must report back to you, that we must engage you. We can't just take the department's word and believe that, otherwise we'll believe that the department is working. We'll not know of these challenges that you raised here today if we would have not called you to this engagement. So the engagement remains progressive for us, but also remains a reporting tool for us. For us to can only report to the people of Gauteng about what is happening with athletics, we must get it from you, not the report that we get from the department. So this talk show of the legislature, it has to continue in a way. Maybe other talk shows at the level of yourselves with government, at the level of yourself with federations, you can cancel them if they are not bearing fruit. But for us to have an engagement and understand the challenges that we are facing in your respective areas, it is through these engagements. So I thought we must start there. I'm not going to speak much on presentations, but there are clarities that I may want to understand so that when we make follow-ups, we are able to be specific on issues. But my few questions to department is, the department has presented that the current crop of people that they are supporting will be for 4 years. And now my question, and after 4 years, they believe that people will be at least able to be self-sufficient. And the question will be then, is there a program that they go through in that 4 years? Specifically, you know, when you look on the compliance issues, you need some training to do those things. And is there a program that they are incubated, and after 4 years will show what masimshia uzabe awazi ukuyenza proposal number 1, mara uzobe afome all the compliance documentation, community based structure, an account to understand how to account, and how to do you have leadership skills that you do for them, because these people from wherever they are coming, supposedly they are leaders, they are leading people, and are you assisting them to organize themselves? Because Member Shabalala speaks about what about the youth or about the kids that are not part of the leagues? Maybe the issue must not just be to say the leagues, but must be to say organized communities. Because if we can just open it, Member Shabalala, the way you are proposing it, we might have a problem. I personally own a club, but it means my player can also go to a department. The coach can also go to the department. And we are all asking for the same thing, Rekupa kit. And they're really three, same kit, go department. But also, any person can come and ask for assistance. And what will be proof for that Tulani that is coming here has a soccer team or has a netball team if we don't organize them? So maybe the relationship of the department and the federation is to say, how does the federation assist in forming leagues or in organizing communities everywhere in Gauteng? Because if you don't have organized communities, it then becomes difficult. That is why people will complain that I go to the department now and then and I can't find assistance. And the department is afraid to tell you that, no, but Tulan, this soccer team of yours is not registered, it's not everywhere. We can't account when we give you the kit. At least if we are no, Comtown Boys FC, Kiako Alexander, people will say, no, and then they can be able to account for it. I'm just raising these things so that in future, when the department says there is a red tape, we must always be prepared as stakeholders to say, no, but we've gone through all the processes and we believe the red tape can't affect us. Number 2, the government spoke about supporting TVETs. And I just want to get a sense. You know, TVETs, in my understanding, they are like universities. So I just want to get a sense of the support that is given to TVETs, 1, but 2, what propelled that decision that you must now support TVETs? Because I'm worried. The department in its nature must be focusing on development. And when you now take the kid from Alexander Township and take it to a TVET college in town, which is funded by the national department, which is funded by private donors, which is sometimes funded by the municipality because of zoning and other issues, what does it say? It's quite a worrisome matter that I would think it must be attended to. It doesn't make sense to me because these people are getting funding on a yearly basis, and I'm sure they also accommodate sports in their funding. The last time we met, we had a problem with the funding going to Chiefs, Pirates, don't remember, Sundown, these 5 big clubs. That if you are supporting them, you rather support them with technical support and other things, but don't give them money. The million that you give to Pirates might not even make a dent to Orlando Pirates. And the Pirates might not even needing that money because Pirates is gets 100 million on annual basis. But you can take that million and still assist about 10 different structures if you are giving each 100,000. I don't know how much are you pricing. If you are giving them 50,000, it will mean you've assisted 20 structures. So that is what would have been raising, that the department must then move focused from more organized to those that are less organized, so that we assist them to be better as we move forward. And I was named that I'm the chair of the infrastructure, and I must make sure that the federations, or rather the communities, get facilities where possible. And I just want to say there are processes in government that needs to be followed. I know sometimes we call it a red tape because the name suits me. Mara, also in my club, you can't do anything without me knowing. So my players, they also call that a red tape. But just to come on that process, we come from Korea recently to go and learn why does Korea do it better than us. Korea is a population equal to South Africa almost, but their land is almost equal to KZN. Mara, they are able to manage and do things correctly. They have other things that are shocking, that when we saw them, we were shocked. How long will it take us as South Africa to arrive there? Because what we what we believe in is that for us to do anything positive, we must all partake and partake positively. What do I mean about that? I mean that I can't be Tulani, and for the next 10 years, I own a team, and for the next 10 years, I want to be assisted Kakid. It can't be, because Comtown Boys Football Club, when I formed it in 2008, the vision was to develop kids. But as we develop kids, we also develop ourselves, which means today I'm no longer asking kids from government, not because I work in legislature. Working in legislature means nothing. I can just declare and still ask the kid from government. But I believe that there are people who need the kid more than me, because now I'm getting a salary somewhere. But also, I might have been trained during my terms as Sashilo to be able to write a proposal. And yes, I have Tiba Construction, which has said, we'll fund you. But I still struggle with transport to get to the games. Because Tiba comes and says, we'll buy you a kit, we'll buy you cocks, we'll buy you soccer balls, we'll even buy you tracksuits. Mara, still, every weekend I must go and pay 800 to a referee, and I must arrange transport for about 2,000 for my players to arrive there and play, which is a cost of about 3,000. Multiplied by 4 is 12,000. Even Noma Bebating, director, will I manage it? No, it's a no. I still do need assistance, but at least I'm 70% assisted. So what is these 4 years? What does it mean? Does it mean that we are going to have these clubs 4 years participating in the program, and then after 4 years when we take others, these ones are left there to still start fending for themselves, or will they be better people to start looking out in other entities? There are many other entities that assist us, even in communities. I mean, at one point, we just got assistance from an association. One timer said, no, it's fine, we'll use my taxi for the next 6 months. After 6 months, you must go and look somewhere. But are our people capacitated to arrive at that level? Do we teach them those skills that the local business people are also part of these things? You know, local business people are very good people. If you find a shop, go to a shop, it's a big supermarket, but if you go to a shop and you say to Luaba, no, we have a karate something, and just because Sumalume Wabo was once a karateka or Mtana Kona Rani rugby, they will always take keen interest into those things, and they are going to support you. So how far do we go as government to interlink? I mean, the issue of facilities is a problem for everyone, and I know Department of Sports does not own many facilities, and the facilities are mainly owned by the municipalities. But I'm sure these athletes are not raising these issues for the first time. Has there been an engagement between the department and the municipality to deal with these issues of facilities? Lastly, is to say, maybe from the stakeholders, it's important that you do right to us as and when you need to. Because I always say this, Tina, we work on a program that is designed. They will say to us, in this quarter, must have one feedback session, which means we'll only meet with you once as athletes. Next time we're meeting artists. Next time, the sector is too vast. So we end up wanting to deal with everything when we meet, and it makes everybody emotional. So the question is to how far is the department going with these people in terms of training them? Want we have a problem after 4 years? I know in the film sector we do have problems. Somebody will come into a meeting and we are giving us 50,000 and it's not enough. And the person has been getting 50,000 for the past 3 years, and somebody else has been writing and not getting anything. And our focus is on the next person now to say, how can you give that other person that 50,000 and stop giving that one? But the reality is that the first person you have been giving 50,000 has not achieved anything with that 50,000. So what other solutions can we use to make things better? That is why we'll always go to where they are developed better than us, to go and learn and come back and try and influence the department that this is the move that you must now take. I mean, we'll be advising, after engaging the film sector, we'll be advising against grants for a while, so that they achieve the bigger goal, because they might be getting this 50,000, but they can't do a movie with that 50,000. Neither can they do a series if they are writing a series. But if we get a building and convert the building into a studio that is owned by government, then you can have everybody who is registered on that database coming in as and when and uses the studio. And everybody can release a movie, and everybody can release a series. But if I give you 50,000 each, our challenges are not the same. You take the 50, you pay your main character, the money is finished. And then the movie cannot even start. So what are measures that the government is looking at in making sure that those things happen? I mean, when Brian says, no, we need facilities, to learn we are in infrastructure, we need facilities. I mean, it's the department that must come to infrastructure and say to infrastructure, we are looking for a building or we are looking for a facility. Then infrastructure will look in their asset registry and say, no, in Beckersdal, there is a piece of a sport facility there that can be used. It is owned by the municipality. Then we go to the municipality and engage. The reason why I'm saying you must write to us as and when it is relevant, it's because somebody says we've been writing to the department from 2019 to request a lease, and it's not happening. You might find that that lease you are requesting is not even by the department. You are supposed to be going to the municipality. But if you write to us, and then we are able to advise that, no, it's the municipality, this is the person you must go and meet, and if you don't find happiness, you come back, we link you with the department, and then we facilitate a process, and there is some linkage of working together than only meeting in meetings. Because when we meet in meetings, you will want to lash us that, hey, you are not doing anything, and Tina, we are not expected to defend. I mean, Tina, we are deployees, we'll just listen and take whatever that you are saying. But reality is that for us to even arrive here, it was informed by the oversight that we would have done after the department would have given us a report. So I just thought I must deal with those issues. Otherwise, we welcome the stakeholders. They've spoken at large about issues affecting them, and ours is to continue doing what we do, doing oversight over the department. And the last part is that we are never going to, we were listed as people who do not support the MEC. That is not within our purview to support anyone. Ours is to do an oversight over the work of the department. So if that is viewed as us not supporting MEC, it's well and good, but we are not in the business of supporting a persona, but we are in a business of doing oversight over the department. The challenges that we have raised today with the department, we'll be asking the department about them for the next few meetings that we are engaging with them. After 3 months, we are going to be asking reports on the issues that you are raising today. We are not in support of anyone. We are not in business of supporting people, but we are in business of making sure that whatever they commit, that they will do for you, they do it. and that is the only existence that puts us in office, or that is the only reason that you have voted for us, and that is the only reason that why we are existing. So I thought I must just clear those few things, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, my colleagues, honorable members. So we are going to give the department to briefly maybe say, but we will not want you to respond to everything because it will not be possible. But what we will want as a committee, we will have a meeting with you where we will need a detailed written report of accountability. But what I wanted to also add on before we can come is the issue of the stakeholders reminded us that Gauteng basketball has been under administration since 2019. So it's been 16 years. District are running the leagues and they are doing very well. So what is it that as the Gauteng Confederation must account for this delay, and also present a concrete plan on when are you going to resolve this issue of the basketball. So it is really not, but also the issue of that transport and what, and these realities that you have discussed with us undermine the very purpose of the development programs that we seek to see happening in our townships. So I will give both the departments, Confederation and the department, just a brief responses to our stakeholders, so that moving forward we have a clear understanding on what needs to be done. Thank you. You can come.
Okay, I will be brief as guided. I'm going to ask Madam Rose to come and respond on some of the issues that were raised by Member Ndlovu. I think Member Chabalala, yours was to the Federation. Okay. Firstly, let's take an opportunity to, I think, thank each and every speaker that came through in terms of empowering us with the insight that you have. They may have been questioned, they may have come from a space that looks like anger, but I think it's warranted. We've operated in a chaotic space, and chaos does sometimes benefit those that are not good in society. And we need to be structured. I think you heard me in the beginning when I said, structure assists us. And we find ourselves where we are because there has been a very, there has been a state of chaos. I am also not wanting to come and stand here and defend us as a department. I think around the issues that were raised on reports, we've responded on those. We will stay behind as a team to take your specific queries. Mr. Dubazana, I would like Luke to stand. Luke comes from the East Corridor. I want you to see him so that your issue of rugby can be handled immediately. We need to give you information. I think, Sir from Tukomsres, you are right. We are not talking. Information is there. We may not be solving all the problems, but there are value in kind matters that we can assist with. We provide training in some cases. Others are saying they're paying referees. Others are saying we would like to be assisted. I think we provide D license and C within the football, which is a coveted training. So we will provide that information. Another issue is around the criteria. I think this one, the committee needs to also tag us on that one and see if we're making any progress. We need to upload some of the criterias that we have onto our social media platforms so that we can inform community members around how do you apply and what is required without people thinking what it is that they need to be doing. Please give us a month on that one so that we can work with our communication platforms. It is quite correct, the database is something that we need to be working with, so we agree on that one. Madam Dlamini, yes, you've been seeing us quite a lot, and again, I think the work that everyone around this room does is appreciated. I think where you are tired of looking at stars, perhaps now you have become a person that needs to be on the panel. That's what you are not seeing. You are no longer the person that needs to consume, you are the person that needs to impart. We have a lot of ladies that still ask us, why are you not hosting that dialogue? That's why I'm trying to enlighten you to where you think you are tired is now where you need to be imparting. And many around this room, it may be the case. I think Honorable Ndlovu was indicating that where somebody's saying, why are you giving 50,000 to that one? Another is saying, I need the 50,000. But why are we not aware of such things is because we are not providing information to one another. Others are saying, we are paying. Others are saying, but we are providing the resources. There is always going to be limitations. I think with the assistance that we are providing in some cases for transport, for catering and the likes, it allows teams and clubs to say, okay, we will look at these ones and not those ones, so that you choose the most important initiatives to go to in order to tap into the assistance that is provided. The gentleman from basketball, I think, yes, we also have a lot of complaints around, the service providers that we do get, overcharging and not providing the services that we require as the department. It's something that we can look into, but it's not something that we can overturn in a short space of time. It also requires us to sit down and say, how best can we solve these issues? I think Babu Mtombela once came, wanting to know how do we do things. I'll tell you, the colleagues will write the terms of reference perfectly because we know the kids that we work with. We know the teams that we work with, their needs and the likes, but we, yes, get failed a lot by our service providers. But let's not forget, the very same providers come from the very same communities that you come from, and they are also saying government is not assisting them, government is not looking into them. I appreciate the approach that you have in terms of saying you are working with the hawkers from within the area. Because yes, sport is a business. Sport does create jobs. Sport does actually, that pap and place that they sell on that one time where we bring COSAFA to Attridgeville would have benefited them, over a long time. Sorry, ooh, hair is doing its thing. But we again need to be working, because where the one person is complaining, sometimes you may be closing an opportunity for your very same community. Our plea to the Gauteng Sports Confederation is, yes, can we ensure that we've got structured sports councils, because this is what we are seeing as a lack as we go, that colleagues are not structured. They don't know about each other, but they are working in the same space. They don't know how to access the department because they are coming as individuals. So that's something else that we need to also be making sure that we structure. So, Chair, you've indicated that, and I don't want to take time. I am also saying we will work together with yourselves. You are our oversight. I think give us time to work with all the matters that we've received today, so that we can actually provide a progress report along those. I only made what's his name, Luke, stand up, but we also have Ubabu Kumete. Please let the colleagues, anyone who has a matter that is in the West Rand, West Corridor, Ubabu Kumete is here. Please make sure that he takes your details, he takes your matter today. We don't have, we've got Central Corridor. Mr. Life, I don't see Katleho, but can you please stand? Central Corridor, correct? Anything that has to do with a Central Corridor, that is your city of Johannesburg in terms of the demarcations. For now, because we don't have somebody from the south, I've got Tamlin. She's going to take all your matters that you have. East Corridor, North. Our patients in the yellow doogie will assist us there. And I think I've covered all the corridors. As I've indicated, we will stay behind to take your matters so that we are able to respond. On the issue of facilities, I think we have met in terms of IGR. I think there was a political, there was a technical. What we need to then have again is the sector IGR, so that we can talk to our counterparts per region on some of the matters that are being raised time and time again. I always say when I get the platform, it is also our responsibilities, though, to take care of the facilities that we have. They are our assets. In fact, you, as the stakeholders, need to make sure that we protect these facilities. So we will commit that we will engage our counterparts at cities to ensure that they create access accordingly. We've also been given guidance by Umemba and Ndlovu around how to engage them as infrastructure. We will also follow up on that one. Let me give Madam Rose to answer those two questions that the members have raised, and then another question that I've not covered. Thank you.
Okay, so yeah, thank you for the inputs. You know, it's always important that as government we implement programs, and it's always important to get feedback from the people we service, because it's not good that we just do things we think we have to do. It's in the interest of our youngsters that we actually listen to the people who actually implement, which is yourselves. So I'm just going to say the need is great. Where we're going to help one person, or an entity or a code, there is another one we're going to drop because we just don't have the funding. But that is why we're putting clubs on a 4-year program. And in that 4 years, you see, you have to work with us. We can't do it by ourselves. You know, they say you can take a horse to a well to drink, but you can't make them. So we can invite you to compliance workshops. We can help you draw up constitutions and profiles. We can help you apply for funding. In fact, the one thing I'm even going to say to myself and Yasin, the minute you apply, send us the reference number so that we can, myself or the GSC and the department, can write to the lotto and say, please can you check this reference number, why you did not fund. Right? That's something we can put in place for you. Send us the reference number once you've applied, and we will help you follow up. Because I think it's important for us to get feedback from these entities on why they are not funding you. And especially if ourselves and the GSC is going to put the effort in to make sure that you are compliant, including the issue of AFSs. That's the whole package we want to give to you. All right? So, ma'am, when you apply again, please send us that reference number. Okay. So yes, you know what, we don't only have 360 clubs here in Gauteng. So we have to let go sometimes, so that we bring new people in and educate and capacitate Because at the end of the day, we want a vibrant Gauteng sport fraternity. We cannot have you on the program for 20 years. So in the 4 years that we give you, you need to commit to certain things. Like we're going to commit to you. And yes, I understand. After 4 years, some of you will not be ready. But that's the audit we need to do afterwards and say, okay, where are you now? Are you comfortable or not? When you applied for funding, did you get or not? So it's not just, oh, okay, your 4 years are over. Sorry for you. You're out of the program. We need to do that assessment as government. We have to be a caring government. So we're not just going to let you go. But we're also going to check those, who just, they just go along for the ride. I'm sorry, but we have more than 360 clubs. And we have to help everybody. So we're here to support and assist you on that one. My chief director did speak around facilities, and it's definitely something we're going to pick up. We've spoken about that as well. So I think I've spoken around the issue of after the 4 years. We're really trying, and we've started. I think one of the things we want to do, especially the issue of service providers that came up, and that's why we're working very hard to make sure that federations are compliant. Even US clubs, we want to transfer the money. If I give you 60,000, you can use that 60,000 for the whole league, isn't it? Whereas if I procure, I can only help you for 3 leagues. Like you all saying, I can only help you for 3 leagues. There's no way I can support you for your entire league. So I'm also putting the ball back in your court. You need to become compliant. When we ask for reports, you need to report. Because that's one of the compliance that we're using to see who reports when we need the reports. Are you reporting monthly to us or not? You have to. That's part of compliance. Because I'm not going to sit here. Now, you saw a national portfolio committee, how they targeted federations. I'm not going to come sit here and explain to the portfolio committee with you why you didn't spend 5,000 rand on what you said you're going to spend. So you need to learn to report properly. It's about compliance. Support to TVET colleges. When we did our assessments, that's why I say our club development program is not just based on a thumb suck. We actually did our whole audit. And one of the areas we picked up in the tertiary space is that TVET colleges are not supported. And yet we have youth there who have the potential to also represent us internationally. Because they don't fall under the ambit of your normal tertiaries, UP, VITs, and all of that. That's something we picked up. And that's why they came, and they came to present their case to us. They presented a case to us. We didn't just say, oh, we're going to help you. And that's why, and even before we supported them, we wrote to National and say, can we support TVET? And they said, okay, first year, let's see. Because we know there's one entity of the tertiary that's not fully supported in terms of sport. And yet a lot of our kids go there. A lot of our kids go to TVET because they can't get into your normal or your higher education, your VITs, your UP, your TUT, etc. So that is why we supported them, or we are supporting them as well. And we're also using it as a platform to start engaging them. Because some of our kids can't get into your normal tertiary. Now we say, okay, what are your bursary options for our children in sport? Not all our children are academically inclined, but what are your options? How can you help us? We have this very good child who doesn't want to go to your VITs. They're interested in coming to your team. How can you help us with the bursary? So you see, it's also a give and take with government and the tertiary institutions as well. So that's why we also support as well. It opens up, we mustn't just look at the league, but it opens up opportunities for children in a different way. And it's only technical support. We don't transfer money or anything like that to them. So I think I just wanted to bring that to your attention. And I think, when you write to us, we really try to reply to you and support and assist you. We're very much on that. My chief director also sits on us a lot. And even if people write to me and I write to the coordinators in the corridors, I make sure they must reply to you. They must give you answers. That's important. Because I agreed with that, with the gentleman. Communication is key. If you don't know, you're going to come in and raise the issues that you raised here today. All right, so from my side, thank you. We're here to help and support. There was some, you know, the other thing we need to just share. We are treating your club as a business. You have to. Unfortunately, in Gauteng province, the budget is sport. Is sport. But you need, like you say, if you want change, you need to change within. You need to change the way you run your club. You need to change. You as a goal. You need to start thinking compliance workshops. So we hope to see you there. Yeah, so we can support.
Thank you, Chair. I went through a couple, I don't know if I'm going to be able to get through everyone, but I got a whole lot of stuff that I need to discuss. A lot of them, I think there was two that was a bit personal, but we'll deal with the personal things as well. So with regards to futsal, sir, futsal belongs and it should be structured under SAFA. The futsal team that left the country a couple of months ago was sent off by SAFA. So the structure you're speaking about, SAFA, is not recognized by SAFA and should go through the processes. Now, and this is what we're finding with a lot of federations. People are saying this federation, that federation. The problem with starting federations without going through processes is that your alignment to SASCOC, your alignment to the National Sports and Recreation Act 1998, Act 110, your alignment to the updated Sports and Recreation Act of 2008, Sports Recreation Act number 18, then falls out of place. So you need to align to the structure. Sport is very structured in this country as per those acts. And the act says you have SASCOC as the overarching body, but you have national federations that affiliate to SASCOC, and those national federations also affiliate to the international federations. So at this point in time, SASCOC's constitution, under the membership clause, and I would urge that you read that, under the membership clause says that SASCOC can only recognize a sport that's dealing, a singular sport that's dealing with a certain type of code or disciplines. For example, in equestrian. Equestrian has got a number of international or a number of national federations within the country that affiliates directly to an international federation. But in South Africa, as per the constitution of SASCOC and as per the act, SASCOC can only recognize one body dealing with equestrian. So what SASCOC does is it forms a composite structure of equestrian, and it brings show jumping, horse racing, polo. It brings all of them together and forms the Equestrian Federation of South Africa, and they affiliate to SASCOC. Now, if SAFA is a separate organization, they need to then align with SAFA and go to SAFA to be able to get that recognition and to be able to have that international recognition and to get government, national government's recognition of that body. Because the national government, Department of Sport, also aligns itself with that constitution in terms of recognition of federations. So we just need to make sure that your organization then aligns with SAFA and go through the process of being affiliated to SAFA. That's on the first part of it. With regards to facilities, maybe I should deal with facilities last because nearly every single person has dealt with facilities. Boxing was also dealing with facilities, and I think maybe boxing should then deal with the department in terms of the ring and the facility that's not appropriate. And then there was an issue around the clarity on compliance. Marissa alluded to it now. However, the money that comes into the department's pockets or coffers and comes into the GSE's coffers comes through something that's called the DORA grant, Division of Revenue Act grant. So it tells you exactly what you must do with the money and how the money must be spent and how the money must be reported on. So if you don't align in terms of your reporting, and if your business plan doesn't align according to the Division of Revenue Act, then the AG then picks up findings, and then you fall foul next year in terms of getting funding for federations and for clubs. So there's a whole process, and that's why compliance is quite critical. And we say that federations and clubs need to be compliant, because in order for you to get money from government needs to ensure that you are compliant, so that when they report and when the AG does its audits, then they are all okay, and the money is properly accounted for. And that's why I'll come to Honorable Chabalala's information just now that I will give to him as to how we are also accounting on that. I just want to go to the other one, basketball. Very critical. Ma'am, you said 16 years, it's 6 years, 2019. Basketball, we've tried on many occasions to try to put that organization together, ma'am. We've even had an Indaba in this very facility, right next door, we've had. And we've put together an interim structure. The gentleman in the peach shirt on their end, Arthur, was a member of that interim structure. And they were given strict conditions, terms of reference, as to how to set up the structure for the province. And that would have led to the election of the structure. However, when we came to the election, and that was just before the current BSA executive was elected, we then had a lot of issues where people were starting to fight amongst one another. This one wanted to be in charge, that one wanted to be in charge, this one didn't want to listen to that one, and the problems were created at that particular point in time. So we then changed the administrator. We put a person that's involved in basketball. So the cancellation of that interim structure didn't come from the GSE. The cancellation of that interim structure came from Basketball South Africa National. They set it aside because the terms of reference was not adhered to. One of the terms of reference that is quite critical, that still today is not adhered to, and the gentleman from Jenny Wu Academy spoke to it as well, about your players not being affiliated properly or not being on a database. You see, Basketball South Africa has got a database and says that every person involved in basketball must be affiliated. SAFA has it under My SAFA, and various other organizations like volleyball and rugby and cricket have got it. But basketball doesn't do that. The basketball organizations in Gauteng, not all of them, but most of them, have not properly affiliated their members on that database that Basketball South Africa has. So Basketball South Africa says, how can you go to an election when there are no proper affiliated members? So how do I then ensure that I'm going to get an affiliated member that is going to be on the executive, that's going to run basketball because he's from basketball? So that doesn't happen. So that did not materialize because clubs and players did not affiliate onto the BSA website, onto the BSA database. And we've now put a basketball person as a interim administrator onto this thing. You all know him, he's KP Ndlovu, he's the current guy. We've just had a meeting a week ago finalizing the move to have your elective Congress, which would take place before the BSA election. We want it to be before the BSA election. We don't want to be the biggest province in basketball and not have a say on the Basketball South Africa executive. Currently on the Basketball South Africa executive, you have people from the Western Cape, Eastern Cape, Northern Cape, where I don't think anything is happening, Free State, and KZN. But you don't have anybody from Gauteng on that particular, and even in Limpopo and Mpumalanga on that board. But nobody from Gauteng. And we don't like that. So we want this thing to be completed before the BSA elections. It will take place, I think, somewhere in November, December. And that is why we are hoping that the basketball fraternity, and KP is very busy working on that, will come together so that we can have that particular election. The last time the issue was around what constitution. Yet prior to that, the people adopted the constitution from basketball. But when it came to elections, they're asking on what constitution are we going to elect now. So now they were talking about the old constitution and the new constitution. So there's quite a lot of issues within basketball amongst themselves. And I think we need to try and resolve those issues. So by saying that I'm misleading, I think is unfortunate, because you are not getting the full picture and you're not getting the full story of what has transpired with basketball since the time it was put under administration till to date. And that's why if you need to have a chat more further on that, basketball, we can sit down, and you can come to my office. I'm at the Joburg Stadium. We'll put together, we'll bring the administrator. I'll even get somebody from Basketball South Africa to come there. We can sit down and we can try and show you the whole process that went through in terms of basketball to try to get you guys back up and running. I'm tired of basketballs being under the administration of the GESC. We don't want that. We don't see that as important. There's a lot of, we've got 76 federations, not only basketball. And basketball is the one that's constantly sitting there and not getting done, not getting completed because of the issues between the people and the districts. Last time we had a gentleman by the name of Cappy. Cappy, we were going to go into elections, and I'm being upfront and honest on this one. Cappy said in a meeting, and he spoke to all the districts, you have to elect me as the president. I've got a lot of sponsors behind me. But if you don't elect me as president, I'm not bringing my sponsors with me to basketball. And these are the issues that are coming out of basketball. I've given you all the chance to talk. It's my chance, please. Let me complete. So basketball, if you wanna resolve this, come to my office. I'll have the administrator. I'll have Basketball South Africa. We'll all sit around the table again, and we'll try to find a common solution to try and clear this thing. But like I said, you are going to elections before the Basketball South Africa elections, and we will have that all sorted out. Funding for basketball, I think that will come from Marissa's office on that one. Right now, currently, Chair, the national structure of basketball, Basketball South Africa, has been disowned by the Department of Sport, Arts, Culture and Recreation. So they are not a member, they're not recognized by DSEC. They are not recognized by DSEC because of the issues that took place with the Afro basket in March, somewhere around there. So they are not a recognized structure by DSEC right now. And Basketball South Africa, I know, is in the process of trying to resolve that issue. So these are all the issues that are surrounding basketball, and they are trying to fix it, and hopefully at national they can fix it, but I know for definite at Gauteng provincial level, once the elections are done, basketball will be in the hands of basketball people, and basketball people will be able to solve it and go forward on that one. The netball and soccer from Magaliesburg, no qualified refs. I think they've spoken to that already in terms of the causes that will be done by government. Mamelodi is also facilities, but then the facilities, okay, let's get to the facilities quickly. The gentleman, my first vice president that is sitting here in front of me, Mr. Kolani Matumbo, is a clear, good example, Chair, of what we are trying to do within the province, Honorable Chabalala. We are engaging with municipalities and private people to have private-public partnerships. So if you go into Sedibeng and you go and look at the facility that Mr. Matambu is running up in Vereniging, it's at, what's the facility's name, Mr. President's Park. There's a private-public partnership, and the facility was taken from a dilapidated facility and brought to a highly successful facility where academies dealing with football, netball, and I think is now busy with athletics coming into it, and swimming he wants to bring as well. It's coming together, and go and look at the facility. Look at the before and after pictures, and that is just because of private-public and public partnerships. And I think that's where we need to start going, and we're dealing that with with a lot of municipalities. We're trying to speak to the municipality and say, you have a facility. The facility in Attridgeville, the boxing facility, the home that the gentleman spoke about. There are those facilities. Why are you holding on to a facility for it to get more dilapidated? Rather have a private-public partnership around that facility, give it to the organization, and let the organization work in terms of setting up and maintaining that facility. So the other part of getting facilities done through Honorable Ndlovu's body is the MIG funding. We were informed at our last meeting 2 weeks ago, Thursday, that there was a 300 million rand sitting for sport facilities in the MIG funding. And in Gauteng, only one municipality, Rand West, applied for funding. Only one municipality. So it looks like the IDPs that we go to, when we sit in IDPs and we request certain facilities, nothing happens from there. We need to find another way on how we can engage with these municipalities, Chair, around this MIG funding. I mean, 300 million rand going, it's going to get lost next year again if federations don't apply for it. If municipalities don't apply for it. I mean, look, I think Northern Cape applied for 100 million rand to put up a skateboarding arena. And they got it. They built a skateboarding arena for 100 million rand. But our municipalities are delaying on this particular thing. And I'm not too sure what the reasoning behind it is. We need to try and find a way to get into that particular one. So that's around the MIG funding and the private-public partnership. Federations, you know, the gentleman from, I think it's African Pride, spoke about he doesn't want to be structured, he can't progress, and those types. Unfortunately, sir, in sport, if your child moves from ECD and moves on to the sporting continuum, he needs to follow a structured pathway. Right now, there is, within sport, there's something called the athlete development program that every federation has put in. You need to address your federation and ask your federation, how do I get my child onto the athlete development program? They have a pathway already, and they have a pathway for your kid. Now, if you want to be out of that structure, how do you then expect your child to be part of that structure? But you're taking your kids out of it. I'm saying, guys, structure, sport is structured. And in order for you to be able to benefit from sport and benefit from the acts and the white paper on sport, the two acts, Act 18, Act 110, you need to align and you need to structure yourself. You need to be compliant, in order for you to be able to benefit on all of those facilities. Unfortunately, the biggest issue, besides facilities, Chair, with federations and clubs, is transport. That's a big issue. It's a big issue for all federations, no matter what they are. I know clubs such as the Falker, where the gentleman comes from, the Falker, clubs, football clubs in the NFDs, all of these people, they're all battling with transport. Transport is an issue. There's a lady from Soweto that takes kids that she's trained in pool, and she puts them in a car and she takes them to competitions. She drove the kids to Cape Town. And when, at the end of the competition, one of her kids became the national champion. But the issue is around transport, how to get those kids there. And we're trying to see what we can do within the Gauteng Sport Confederation. We've chatted with government around some transport facilities. We've chatted with a couple of bus companies into trying to see. We also have engaged with VW. We've engaged with Mitsubishi. We've engaged with a couple of other companies to try and see if they can give us 21-seaters, 22-seaters, to the organization, so that when you as a federation come and apply and require transport, all you need to do is provide the driver and the fuel, and you can take the vehicle and you can go and come back. We are busy working on that, but it's a long process with some of these car companies. The Beckersdale transport is okay. Malvern Athletics, a gentleman that personally said that I'm probably taking money from from Soweto Marathon. So you are totally, I don't know how to put that, but there's no maladministration from the GSC side. Mr. Chabalala to respond to you and him around that, on how we account. We have got an independent auditor that goes through the books very finely. Once that is done, government brings GAS, the Gauteng Auditing Services, that goes through our books. Once the Gauteng Auditing Services have completed, we then have the AG that comes and does auditing on our books. Now, that is 3 audits by 3 different organizations. And they go through every single thing, and every cent is accounted for. For the past 8 years, and every single year. So no money has gone into my pocket, trust me. With regards to ETV rights, the ETV and the TV rights, this is not only for athletics, rugby, football, that have got deals in place. This is for the other 73 federations that don't have anything in place. This is for them to be able to give them a platform where they can go and source other funding from corporates. Because without having a platform on media, it's difficult to go and source funding. So they need to go and source funding. We give them the opportunity where they can go to their potential funders and say, we can give you airtime. Give us some money. So those are the type of things that we are doing for that. We know about the issue about the Soweto Marathon. Will take place. I just received a WhatsApp message this morning from a gentleman called Ismail Modotani. He is the representative for the 16 clubs of Soweto. And the 16 clubs of Soweto are having a media briefing on the 17th of September around the Soweto Marathon that will take place. So they're going to be given the date and times and all of those type of things. The only problem there is regards to funding. Funding was previously granted. They have a sponsorship from African Bank, and last year they received some funding from the department. But that was based on the Premier coming in and saying, yes, we will fund. But the Premier has indicated that we need to sort out the issues between the Soweto Marathon Trust and CGA. Otherwise, this year, if that problem still exists, he's not going to be putting funding towards it. And I think the issue was, can we resolve the issues? Can we resolve the problem, the current bypass that is existing between the Soweto Marathon Trust, CGA, and the clubs? Because the clubs have come together and they've put another committee in place, and they call that committee the Soweto Marathon Race Committee. And that is the race committee that has run the race last year, that has dealt with the race last year. And that is the same race committee that is busy dealing with the race this year. And that is directly put into place by the 16 clubs from Soweto that have given them that authority and that right. Jenny Wu, the basketball, 450 rand. Unfortunately, sir, when you sit in your AGM, when basketball sits in the AGM, when football sits in the AGM, when any sport sits in the AGM, they then determine what the affiliation fee is going to be for that year. If you have not raised your voice in that AGM, and you have not gone against that 450 rand in the AGM, that's on you. I'm not invited to your AGM to sit there and fight. If I do come, or if anybody comes, the department or the confederation, we come there as observers. We come as observers to see that the processes are all correct. But when the chairperson of your federation puts to and say, we are now going to charge you 450 rand affiliation fee per player, you need to stand up and say, that is way out of our budget. Right now, I can tell you, hockey, in Southern Hockey is having a problem. Southern Hockey is having a problem because the teams have to pay 25,000 rand to affiliate. 25,000 rand per team. How many teams can affiliate? How many teams can affiliate? But the people sat in that AGM and they accepted it instead of fighting against it. So you need to stand up in your AGM and you need to fight against this type of AGM. Yes, remember you voted those members in. You voted that executive in. And like you voted that executive in, you can take them out if they are not aligning with the way you want things to run within your federation. So you need to be doing that, sir. Okay. Basketball. Toekomst rus, non-existence of federations. So I think there are federations within the West Rand, but the problem is, for example, rugby. Let's take rugby. Rugby falls under the Lions, and the Lions works into. I've been fighting with West Rand for a while now to say you need your own federation, because you need to have a federation of rugby within the West Rand. You need to have a federation. Is in charge of West Rand. You need to have two federations. You need to have a federation. You can't have Gauteng Athletics. You can't have everything running through Golden Lions Rugby. They're in charge there. I mean, here's an organization that's sitting dictating what happens in the West Rand. We need to come to a point where federations start getting together. I know there's a district sport confederation. Them 12 or 13 of them. Football is one of them, and there's a couple of others. So there are some federations in there. But I think we need to sit down and see how we can work on those that you say are non-existent, and how do we then ensure that the provincial federation that is under our affiliation, we bring them and we come and sit and
to a mine there in West Rand, and the mine has said, they are going to the federation of our basketball for the next 2 years, which means we are no longer going to be needing kids from the department, but we'll just need transport, because in our own area we have managed to raise those things. That is what this incubation program must build. When I come next time, I don't want to meet with you. I want to meet the new people who have challenges. Yours must have been dealt with. You must be on the second level of things. That, no, say shy proposal. In fact, nale compliance yakho niyaspora just because sinokumila in SARS, but otherwise, sesiya qualify manje. Akuna muntu ongasishasha, and we can go to any other door, not just the department. And the department says they can assist you even in doing that. So don't just take your your document to Lotto. Come and say, we've been working together for 2 years. Can you give me a supporting letter? Maybe Lotto might take you serious if government is also partaking in your programs. So work together with that unit, with that facility that is saying is going to assist you and support you. They've declared here, and we are hoping we are going to be using those things. The importance of the triple Ps, they remain very, 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 very key. But let's go back home, meet with as federations at the local level, meet the sports coordination at the regional level, engage on triple Ps. I know in West Rand, there are grounds that are no longer being used. People used to use it to train in the past 10 years, because somebody who had interest was no longer interested, but it's still there. And there is a business person in the area who owns a team that is at least trying to progress, who can plow back to the community. Remember, you can always plow back in the community. It doesn't mean when I own hometown football clubs, I can't donate a kit to an upcoming Gomora Aces club. Ngaza ngapha department bangipha 2 ngipha 1 ngale nami ngi-relevant emphakathini. I've played my role, mara ne-department at the same time has played a role kubani kimi nomphakathi. So let's open all those challenges, colleagues. It can't be just about me and the department. There must be a councillor, there must be local businesses, and there must be private businesses. All of us, we come from regions where there are people who are very wealthy, where there are companies and businesses who are very wealthy. Have we ever engaged them? Do we even know ukuthi ama-office yini lento yase-West Rand rich simunye? Yini le? Sibanye. Yes, Sibanye. They fund everything that they want to fund, but have we ever approached them for funding? They've even cost government, they've even created problems for us. They say they are donating a hospital. Later, they are not clear whether they are donating it, and we have used money to renovate the hospital. Now we must charge people who renovated the hospital before checking the deal if it was proper or not. But I'm saying there are businesses, there are structures, there are also other sports funding structures that you may not know of because of lack of information. So as communication was raised as one issue that is problematic, we must all improve in communication. It's not only the department that must improve, also us in writing to the department and requesting information must also improve. Because sometimes it's easy to come and say, they don't talk to us. It's very easy. Mara, at the same time, what did you say to them that determines that they did not talk to you? So we must always, Nati, especially in this sector, we must always try to be initiative-driven so that we are able to later point fingers for correct reasons. The issues of boxing department, they need special attention. In Alexandra, we have a boxing house. We even complain boxers are less. There is a fully fledged facility in Oliver Tambo Center, but we don't have boxers. I think those things were done by when Maile was still the MEC. Yeah, so we need to check in other areas what is happening. I thought the program was being rolled out all over. Another part is that the reporting then becomes key for all of us. Because if you don't report to the department, then they must not give you funding. And they also can't report to us what is happening. And it means we can't then have an engagement with you. Because I'm going to chain number so Tina Masiza ngapha sifune report but anibaniga. So asakhona ukunibiza because mele sinibize sonbuza ukuthi lento bayibhale ngane la iqiniso na. But if they did not call you, you did not call them, no one is reporting to anyone, then it's even difficult for all of us to do oversight over the department. And the last two critical issues that the department must then report to us is the city-to-city marathon report. I think the Soweto, we are comfortable for now with what we have got. We are hoping just the structures are going to meet and then engage further with the Soweto Marathon so that it also finds closure. If we can get the report on the city-to-city marathon so that those who might have raised the question when they called us, we are able to give them that report as to what happened. I think the colleague raised it there, and when we were responding, we did not touch on it. So if we can get that report, at least in 21 days, Chairperson, so that we can then give it to the stakeholders. And that is what we believe is the way forward, and it's also a basis for our monitoring tool in the next quarter to check how things will move. And colleagues, this brings us to the conclusion of this event. We thank you for availing yourself on a Saturday. You know, the big club is playing in 30 minutes. But you decided to come here and engage on these issues because without you, you know, the number of these people that are here represents 100, 20, 30, and Bashieka. So when you multiply by yourselves here, it means a number of people are actually here, and a number of people are going to get this information that we are engaging on. And next time when we engage, there is progress. You are all appreciated. We thank you. The last part, the one that you don't like, of food and water. But as you go out, you can take your pack. As you leave, obviously, ngisho akuna muntu ozofuna ukudlela la. Abanye nalabo abanga support the Pirates by Stellan Downs and Stellan Chiefs. So everybody ufuna ukugijima somewhere. And with those words, siyabonga.
Chair Ezra has multiplied in you. Is it on?